You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Well, this is a big one. This is the one we come to identify the number one angler for the season 2019 on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And there's no other way to put it. We have got an absolute horse race going on right here. They are four abreast at the front of the field as they get close to that midway point in the track. That's where they'll be at noon today. It's 3 days of fishing on Lake St. Clair. That's your point situation right now. 9 points separating the top four. Chris Zaldane has moved to the top Stetson Blalock on the strength of a fantastic day number one. Scott Canterbury fell down the leaderboard a little bit, but he's definitely still in this thing. It means he's got a lot more headroom, a lot more room to climb. And Corey Johnston right in there, who has been hovering in and out, and his story is unique as well. We'll get into all of that today. Tommy Sanders, Davey Hyde here. And Davey, this is, if you wanted one tight, you don't want a foregone conclusion coming here. You get your wish this time.
Yeah, I don't ever remember a AOY championship being this close. 9 points between the top four with only 2 days remaining. Absolutely incredible. That's what we want as spectators, of fans of the sport, that sort of thing. But it's got to be very, very mentally tough for those four anglers. Scott Canterbury lost the lead, but you mentioned it. He's down in 24th place. Has a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. He is not in as dire a situation as you might think. That was a scene about a little less than an hour ago at takeoff time there, Metro Park, Detroit, Michigan, and full 50 boat field out there today. And we'll see how it works out. But I tell you what, we have got so many stories to watch, including Corey Johnston.
Yeah, I'm definitely within striking range. I need to do minimum 22 today. If I get 22, I think that there's a chance guys could falter. The wind's going to switch directions a bit. Might move the fish, might not. We'll see what happens when we get out there, but there's definitely an outside chance.
Weather conditions as yesterday, cloudy. I don't think the wind is blowing quite as bad right now, which it doesn't matter as much for us because we're tucked up in that river. It's like a nice day at the beach compared to what everybody else is doing. But I'm excited this morning, I'm going to start on that place where I caught those 3 big ones yesterday morning. And I only spent probably an hour there yesterday. And I never did go back to it because when we got to 20, I just wanted to see where I stood, So we're going to start there this morning, give it an hour or two, and kind of see what's there and feel it out, and then we'll start fishing some other stuff. I've got some other stuff tucked away, some little current spots and some shallow places where I feel like I can catch some. So we'll just fish around and see what the day brings. It should be a fun day, though. I'm looking forward to it.
Today's a big day. Yesterday was a big day, but we were way behind, 20 points behind, and now it's one of those things you try not to think about, but I think I'm literally less than 10 points behind Zaldane now for Angler of the Year, and it's still theirs to lose, coming in that many points behind. If they catch them, then it's going to be hard to catch up, but if they don't catch them, then if they leave the door open, if we could catch, I think we need to catch at least 22 pounds again today to have a shot to stay where we at. I think 20 would be good, but I don't know if that'll keep us where we are, so we're going to shoot for 22.
It's day 2 of the AOY championship here on Lake St. Clair. Day 1 was a rough day on me. Still ended up catching them pretty decent. Kept myself in contention, but I lost the lead yesterday. There's a lot of ground I can make up, though. I'm sitting back in 24th. I'm 4 or 5 points out of the lead for Angler of the Year, so it's day 2. We got one more day after today. I need to go out and catch them a little bit better than yesterday today, stay to par, and keep myself in contention, try to get the win, try to finish this thing off.
Well, that's the thing, 22 pounds. I heard it twice. We'll think about that number today and so many other numbers, but take a look. The thing that's underlying all of this, we're on one of the great smallmouth fisheries in all the world right here, all 340 square miles of Lake St. Clair between Lake Erie and Lake Huron. We can fish the connecting waterways to a certain degree, but we can't go to those other Great Lakes, Davey.
No, and it's a lot of room to fish for 50 boats, absolutely. Just like you said, over 300 square miles of fishable water there in Lake St. Clair. You see Lake Huron there to the north, and the St. Clair River where we saw Brandon Lester. Derek Hudnall had a great day there yesterday. Hopefully we'll get to see some more anglers in the St. Clair River along with there on Lake St. Clair, part of the Detroit River. The wind was a big issue yesterday. If you weren't tuned in with us, a big issue for most of those anglers that chose to fish on Lake St. Clair. A little surprising to me that we didn't have more anglers in the river system itself with the winds blowing. So, 3, 4, even reports of some 5-foot seas out there makes it very difficult for a bass boat. A 20, 21-foot bass boat is not designed for 4 and 5-foot seas, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it certainly curtailed a lot of plans that were contingent on being able to move from one spot to the next. It just made it very much more difficult, complicating things. But this is the championship, and we expect complications in just about every sort of barrier and obstacle you can have in front of these great anglers trying to identify which one is number one. Welcome to Toyota Bassmaster Studios. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Davey Height. We'll be here for the next 6 hours for you. Bassmaster Live. Also here, Ronnie and Such, Mike Such-Sukon and Ronnie Moore. And there's more races than just one we're looking at here. You were just talking about it before we came on the air.
Yes, that's right, Tommy. There's 3 races going on. We got the winner of the event, Such. We've got AOY, and we've got Classic. And we saw, at least at the Classic cut line, 3 anglers. And we figured 2 to 4 anglers would be able to jump up. It would depend on who fell back. But 3 anglers went below the cut line in the Classic to into the Classic cut line. Some guys had some misfortune yesterday. They'll make up points today, though.
Greg DePalma among them, Ronnie. He fell out from well inside the cut to 49th with a 0. He's already caught some fish. He's going to get those 50 points and knock out one of the guys who worked really hard to get inside the cut yesterday.
Well, the Angler of the Year points are, of course, premier for front and center here today, but we also got a tournament within a tournament. Absolutely, it's on as far as the tournament goes, and a win here gives you an Elite Series win, so that is not an insignificant thing, David.
It's certainly not, and $25,000 to go along with it. Ooh. And that's just this tournament itself, but you have to keep in mind, so let's say Seth Fighter does stay up there, wins the $25,000, adds a notch in his belt as another Elite Series victory, but also moves up a few places. As high as he is in AOY standings, it would be thousands and thousands of dollars moving up from, if you go from 10th place to about 5th or 6th place in AOY standings, it's a lot more money here.
26 pounds, almost 27 pounds yesterday. Just absolutely remarkable 27 pounds of largemouth on a place that is considered a community hole.
Absolutely is. Tommy, you and I both have been there.
Oh, yeah.
And talking to Seth Fighter last night, he couldn't believe. He said, I was just stopping because I thought I could catch a couple fish to fill out my limit. I hadn't even gone because of the wind to what I think is my best area and caught a 6-pound, 12-ounce smallmouth bass. For the total creel being over 26 pounds. But a lot of cameras had got 10 cameras out there today with guys that caught them really well yesterday. Excited about some good coverage, yes, we hope today.
Absolutely excited. You got to be excited for the prospects of Stetson Blalock, the show he put on yesterday. Turn your mic on and off real quick. Just
That's what I'm going to go with.
Stetson offshore cranking. We saw him doing this yesterday. Not getting a lot of bites, goes through some dry spells, so to speak. At one point yesterday, he went almost 3 hours without catching a keeper, but the quality has been great for him.
Good flurries after that dry spell. Had it out that limit.
Come here, you sucker.
Spectacular.
I don't want a hook in my hand, though. That one is not a 4-pounder.
This is his 3rd keeper.
Oh my gosh.
Nope. 3.5.
Stetson moved up within 2 points of leading the Toyota Angler of the Year race. Unfortunately for him, he's up there in the top 4 in the tournament itself, so he will have to stay in the top 5 to give himself a chance to actually win Toyota Angler of the Year. But he's well on his way. The third keeper already this morning.
We're going to swat at it. We're going to give him the stop and go. We're going to give him the stop and go.
So that was his third fish. Let's look at the other 2 he's already
That
caught
fish
this
hit it
morning.
like 3 times.
I think this was his first fish. Tell the sun just coming up. Good solid 4-pounder here.
Barely hooked. That'll start. It's another little one though. Man.
He's doing exactly what when we talked to Mark Zona yesterday. He said, look out for somebody that keeps a crankbait in their hand on the south end of this lake. And
Cloudy conditions also cited as being a
good
positive
morning so
for the
far.
crankers. And
yep.
I know it seems like we just got started, and we did, but come right out of the gate firing. We've got a 4-pounder and a 3.5, and then another little keeper. And I've had some more bites. They're definitely not biting it like they were yesterday. They're more swatting it. I had another good one hooked up that pulled off. As soon as I hooked it, I leaned into it, and it come unbuttoned like it's just the day is different and they're biting it different. But they're still touching it. As long as they touch it, I'm confident I'm gonna hook 5 big ones again.
We only saw him lose 1 fish yesterday, which is real good for using a crankbait with smallmouth bass. Those treble hooks and that big crankbait, it gives him a lot of leverage to throw that bait. So if he can keep his percentages like that, that'll be great using a crankbait.
well, he needs to catch him today. Of course, he finished second place, so there's not a lot of room to grow there. So Stetson, it's on him to catch him. Scott Canterbury, as we mentioned, does have some headroom. He finished down in the 20s yesterday, so he can move up. And also Chris Zaldane, who's the big stalking horse too, down there in 10th place. He's got room to grow too. That is a huge story as well, and I'm kind of saving that one.
Absolutely. And Corey Johnson, he's only 9 points back, and he's got room to grow. It sounds awkward to say, but being a little farther down in the standings on day 2 and still being close to the leader is your best place to be. Canterbury's hooked up.
It'll be a big brown one.
Looks like a big one.
Probably a drum.
What is it?
I think it's a drum. No, it's a good one. That's what we need. Look at that, how he ate that tube.
Much better start for Scott Canterbury this morning than yesterday.
Oh, it was a brutal start to the morning for Scott Canterbury yesterday.
That's his second fish. That's going to put him back in the lead.
A points lead for sure.
Not in the tournament, but in the AOI.
He swallowed.
Definitely put him back in the lead. Take about 100 pounds of weight off of his shoulders right there.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's back to the baseline, back to where he came into this tournament with the lead.
Not much, but he's a keeper. Number one.
Update us on how today's been for you?
Huh?
Can you update us on how today's been for you?
Well, it's been a lot better than yesterday. I mean, we're just getting started, but we got 3 in the box, and I didn't have a fish till 11 o'clock yesterday, so it's been a lot better than yesterday so far. You know, I mean, it sure does help to get 1 or 2 in the box in the morning time. Helps you all day long. And I'm just caught those 2 on a tube. It's by American Bait Works Company. It's set to hook tackle, and it's a Constable is the color, G Constable color. So that's just, yesterday I never got a bite on a tube, but you got to keep I mean, that's what I caught them on during practice the best.
Canterbury.
Two good keepers this early on, as Scott Canterbury willingly admits. That's about a 500% improvement over yesterday. That there is no such thing as 500%, but it sure is a good thing for him. Absolutely, moving into 6th place in the overall tournament and back into the lead. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points.
I felt for him yesterday, going so long without a keeper here. You know you're on a good lake, and you know your competition is catching them. And him coming into this final event, leading the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points race, and a lot of pressure on you, a lot of pressure, because you know it's such a prestigious title, and no one wants to let it slip out of their hands. And boy, it was tough on him yesterday morning. A lot better start this morning. Good for Scott Canterbury.
Whole different atmosphere too. I mean, it was blowing, bouncing around. His front screen was not working. Right. He had to be bouncing back. It was like chaos in the boat and not catching fish. This is complete turnaround, as you say, Dave.
Yeah, just not what you want. Practice for 2.5 days and get out there the first morning of the final event of the season, and your front graph's not working. You can't see the waypoints. You've been fishing offshore the entire week. It makes it very, very difficult. Kudos to him for catching the 17-11, or almost 18 pounds yesterday, and staying in there.
Yeah.
We talked about it yesterday morning. Had he came in with 10, 11 pounds, I think he would be totally out of the race. But he's right there, especially with the start this morning. He's regained the lead.
Yeah, he picked up 20 points with 3 fish for 8.5 pounds. He's in 4th place right now of the event. Got some news. We have sketchy signal from Chris Zaldane, but there's a blog report that he has a 5-pounder in the boat.
Wow.
Well, that is going to be the closest pursuer, Chris Zaldane, to Scott Canterbury. Those two out in front right now. Definitely the man out in front of this tournament by almost 8 pounds of Stetson Blalock. He's already halfway to a great bag in the first hour of fishing this morning.
Davey, you ever have that happen where AOY title was within your grasp and something happened in the final event that couldn't quite get it?
Biggin.
Let's watch this. I'll answer in just a second. Suze. Stetson's got a big one on.
He ain't even fighting. There he is.
Yeah, he's kind of taking that on as his specialty this week.
Where's he going? not that big, but he's definitely a keeper.
Not that big.
I wouldn't call him that small.
Boy, there's about 49 other anglers that would love to be catching something about that size, Stetson. He really had it going on yesterday, though.
Oh,
He left his best area and stopped a few places on his way in and just kept catching fish all day.
Barely hooked.
Is that number 5?
Number 4
or 5?
That one's not a 4 either, but like I said, if we can get some solid 3.5s over here, we'll be in good shape. That one's 3 1/4. We'll take it though. That's number 4.
You gotta look here. Seems like all of these fish just have the back hook right in the
corner,
lip and the corner of their mouth. He's done a good job landing these fish with just the back hook. They don't seem to be jumping quite as much. The water, being as cool as it is, must be slowing that down, because we've had some tournaments there June, August, and they, airborne. They don't seem to be jumping quite as much this week.
Well, I just caught number 4. It was just a touch over 3. Not quite 3 1/4, but that's filling the limit is important with those kind of little chunkier fish. Just helps you fish a little more calm, knowing you got a limit in the box. But we need to catch 2 more and get rid of that little barely keeper and fill out our limit.
Well, on his way right there, Stetson Blalock. Let's bring in Mark Zona here. Rapala Live Watch. And there's Z right there, and it looks a little different out there today as we watch Stetson Blalock and Scott Canterbury. Tell us the finer points of what's different about today.
You can get around. That's the best way to put it, Tommy. It was awesome coming across this morning. We launched at Metro with the rest of the anglers and came across, and we actually wanted to start on Seth Fighter. We were with Seth for the first, call it 15 to 20 minutes, and where he caught his fish yesterday. He said it. He was very lucky to catch that giant bag, and he caught that giant bag cranking one of the biggest community holes on Lake St. Clair. He started there this morning. He did not get a bite and looked at us and he said, look, man, I'm going to where my primary area is at, down in the southwest corner where the lake dumps into the Detroit River. So we're going to maybe get back down there, but we decided to come up into the St. Clair River and get with Derek Hudnall. I mean, you talked about the pressure that Scott Canterbury has on him. Derek Hudnall has the same pressure but different. And what's been interesting watching Hudnall, he is fishing exactly, Davey, like we talked about how a lot of the local tournaments got won this summer, basically up here in the St. Clair River fishing from 1 to 3.5 feet of water. That's where a lot of his rogue giants came yesterday.
Well, Z, did it surprise you how few people were fishing in the St. Clair River yesterday? It certainly seemed productive for guys like Derek Hudnall.
There's nobody up here, man. I mean, we've seen a couple boats up here, and I guess that's been the biggest surprise. But I think the lake showed guys just enough to keep them out there, and obviously that crank and bite is happening. The only difference that I saw with your leader of this tournament, Seth Fighter, he was cranking a lot shallower than a lot of the other anglers that we've been covering in this tournament so far. Generally, when you see guys cranking out there, it's that 14 to 19 feet of water. The guys are fishing above that grass. The fish come up and get it. Seth was more in that 9 to 11 foot range, still keeping his crankbait above the bottom. But yeah, I guess I was a little bit surprised that the St. Clair River has not got as much attention, at least that it has in the past.
So Z, talk to us a little bit. You know so much about St. Clair, and it's huge, over 300 square miles. And Stetson Blalock is making the cranking for these smallmouth look easy. I mean, he's getting bites. He's got his 5th fish on right now. We're watching him. Hopefully he puts it in the boat. Tell us a little bit about what you look for, how you eliminate the other 335 miles of Lake St. Clair, and you get dialed in like a Seth Fighter is with his crankbait fish, and then a Stetson Blalock.
Davey, you know what's funny is I've got quite a bit of experience out here cranking, and the only, I mean, gosh, man, I've taped shows doing that exact same thing, and the only thing you do is you just get in, and whether you're cranking or drop shotting or tubing on this lake, number one, we talked about this yesterday, you have to fish to find them. And then what you have to really do is find out how big of an area or lack thereof that you have. You know what I'm saying? You end up making what I call rakes back and forth to see how big of an area of fish that you're in, and kind of, if this makes any sense, know the perimeter of it that you can't get out of that zone that you have to keep yourself in. And sometimes that cranking area could be a 100-yard stretch. Sometimes it could be a 2 to 3 mile stretch.
Well, Z, man, so much more we need to pick your brain about right now. We want to take ourselves a little tour around and see who else we can pick up fishing Mount. Great stuff, and we will be back with you sooner rather than later. Mark Zona out there giving us the scoop on what's really going down.
Huh? Got to do a little surgery.
That crankbait is catching everything.
That thing, it's a catching machine for sure. Stetson Blalock now with his limit of good ones early. Well, he's got one that's on the smallest side, but man, oh man, what a start to the day.
I don't like tearing holes in my rain suit, but that's a good cause to do it if you're going to do it. We still got all day.
That could be the quote of the day. We still got all day,
Still
Tommy.
got all day. That guy was Brandon Lester yesterday. Said, "I'm going to have fun today," and he did have fun. I think Stetson Blalock is having some fun today.
I thought that one was a big one. The way he bit it good, and he was fighting like a bulldog. We'll take him. We shall.
There is Brandon Lester. Speaking of Brandon, spent his whole day in the St. Clair River, or 90% of it anyway.
Told us this morning before takeoff he was going to start where he caught those 3 big ones, and only spent about an hour there yesterday, so certainly didn't beat it up.
How do we feel about the event so far?
Well, this morning's been slow so far. Yesterday was fun, but I started on the place where I caught 3 big ones yesterday morning. I didn't really know what was here. And it's slow so far, but it very well could be a timing deal. And I could have timed it wrong this morning, but we still got all day. I'm not worried. We'll catch them.
How did you feel about what they were catching out in the lake, and a couple of guys here in the river? You saw the weights.
Right. Yeah, they
You
definitely.
feel like the river's still gonna.
Yeah, I mean the winning fish live in here. The thing about fishing in the river is, I think you run out of fish. I know that from past experience here, and I've seen guys do it here. It's easy to get, well, not easy, but you can get 1 or 2 days in here, but you'll run out of fish a lot of times, because I don't feel like there's as many fish in here as there is out there in the lake. That's one reason why I backed off yesterday, just because I know from experience here that's how it is. But I know there's a few more fish on this spot. I've just timed it wrong or something.
Well, it's like Stetson Blalock said, we're just getting started today. We're sort of getting everybody set up and settled in and getting our notes together. Good stuff from you, Davey. And Mark Zona, we need to hear from Dave Mercer as well. Dave, you've spent so many tournaments here. You've spent so much time on St. Clair. Look at what's happened so far this morning, plus what happened yesterday, and how do you see the rest of the arc of this tournament playing out?
I think one thing's for sure, guys. I mean, we all vote for the same thing with this event every year, and that's, they gotta go down fighting, whoever is in the line, and that's what this is. I mean, it's going to be, one of those tournaments where I talked to Zaldane this morning, and the cool thing about this is there is no game plan as far as, we've seen guys with big leads come here. We've seen different things at the final event of the year and different mindsets. Some people hold on to the lead. Some people lose the lead. We've seen all different kinds of combinations happen, but there's no gamesmanship here. Basically, the deal is the same. It's the exact same as been all year long for Chris Zaldane. Try to win this tournament, and everything else will take care of itself. But obviously, you see Scott's catching him out there today. And Canterbury, he was – I think we should commend him on an incredible rally. If you look at, where he was at the halfway point of the day, it was looking very, very bleak for him. But – as you saw through the weigh-in, everything that is supposed to happen and everybody predicts, we learn over and over again that it's not true. I mean, who knows? The Johnston brothers took off into the abyss. We didn't see them for hours. Found out they came back in different boats. A dude named Brian. How weird is that? I don't know if you heard that on the stage. Just say, but Corey got a boat from, or no, Chris, Corey or Chris. I don't know who got Brian's boat. It was Chris that got Brian's boat, but Brian is not a friend of theirs. I guess he is now, but he's a dude in Canada, happened to be a friend of a friend. Every Canadian knows each other, and got in touch with a friend of a friend, and they got in touch with Corey and Chris, and that was the boat that he used. So a total stranger lent Chris Johnson his boat to come back here yesterday, and obviously Corey came back in his boat. So who knows what boat will come back in today, but it's... You saw something telling yesterday. When you see Corey weighing 19 pounds and you see Chris weighing 21, and they both weren't that jacked. I mean, the top-off point of this tournament, I feel like the vibe is going into it, I think some people downplayed this lake. It's still Lake St. Clair. You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of people thought if I get 20 pounds a day, I'm doing great. And sure, you're doing great to qualify for the Classic, but I mean, this tournament's going to be won over 70 pounds. I mean, I predicted coming into it 75 pounds, and I just think the bite's going to get better. We got a warming trend coming in this way, a little bit more fishable. If you survived yesterday, the rest of this tournament's going to be a lot easier for our anglers, I would assume. But as we've learned this year, it's never smart to assume on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
So Dave, you being there on site and being able to read the body language, you mentioned Chris and Corey Johnson seeming a little disappointed with the weights they had, even though they both had basically 20 pounds. Tell us a little bit about anybody else that stood out, Canterbury, Chris Zaldane, Stetson Blalock, who seemed confident that they could actually win Toyota Angler of the Year. I know Canterbury had a rough day yesterday, having a much better start this morning, but who did you read good positive body language among those guys that have a chance to win Toyota Angler of the Year?
I mean, anybody can win it, but I'm going to say if you're reading body language right now, it's Chris Zaldane. I mean, Scott Canterbury can't be anything but rattled, obviously. I mean, it. Everybody talks about the pressure of the Elite Series, the pressure of the Bassmaster Classic, and I have heard it over and over again from people. I've dealt with pressure. It's no big deal. And every one of them comes here, and every one of them looks at you when they're in that situation. They're like, yeah, it is different. It's so much pressure coming into this. And I think what Canterbury did yesterday was amazing, to recover the way he did with everything going on. But boy, it's going to be down to the wire. I mean, Canterbury makes the cut. I believe it's impossible for Chris to even catch him, or maybe by a point. But I feel like, this is not going to be over until, tomorrow. We're not going to see anybody skate away with it. Obviously, we can't without a cut. We can't have that happen. But Chris Zaldane is incredibly calm. I kind of joked with him this morning because you guys have all spent time with him. He is literally a hyper chihuahua. Like, you go fun fishing with him. This true story. And he said, hey, I forgot spinner baits or something. We were fishing and we go to the shoreline and Chris Zaldane jumps off his boat and runs to his truck to get spinner baits. And I'm like, well, we're just fun fishing. I could use a break right now. He runs all over the place. But this morning, I asked him, did you get shot with a trank dart? He's incredibly, incredibly calm. But I think that calmness comes with the season he had. I mean, think of how many times he's been in contention. 3 second-place finishes, a Super 6 at the Classic. The more times you come here, the more normal it gets. I mean, it's kind of the whole rule every year. You look at the Super Bowl, and Tom Brady's tough to beat because that dude's just been there so many times. You can't compare somebody who's making their first top 10 to somebody who's been there the majority of the season. And I think Zaldane's remarkably content with how things are going, but that can change by the hour here. I mean, a few things go wrong. I imagine leaving the dock this morning, if you remember, I said Corey Johnson was so cool and collected. I'm sure at times yesterday he was not as much.
Dave, that is great stuff. Sizing it up in a tournament that's changing literally since the very start, hour to hour. So we'll be leaning on Dave again to sort of reset things for us as well, just as we will with Mark Zona. But, man, Derek Hudnall had a little flourish during the landing of that. I was a little worried for him. That's a good smallmouth he landed in the river.
It was a huge fish. It was a huge fish. And I talked to Derek last night. He had a great practice. No surprise that he was able to catch what he caught yesterday. The first day of practice, he told me he caught a 5'9", a 6'2", and a 6'4".
And then I ran new water yesterday and found 2 or 3 more, I really thought this would be a little too early to get up here shallow, but these fish early, I've been catching them out on a drop shot out deeper, but they're not there. Just every day is different. So this is a little earlier than I really wanted or really thought to get up shallow. And this is a spot right here where I caught some big ones out deep. And then yesterday I came up shallow and caught 2 really big ones up here. And that fish was, the fish is not in probably 3 foot of water, and it's just nothing but a sand flat. And again, there's a hook right in front of us. There's a point that makes the current change direction, and that current feeds up onto the sand flat right here. And those big smallmouth will get up here shallow where they can see and feed. And that fish was, like I said, a little earlier than I expected, but that's a good sign. That's a good sign that they're up this early.
Saw Mark Zona right there with Derek.
Yep.
It'd be good to get to talk to him again sometime.
Yeah, to break it down for us, what he's got going. But Derek.
Biggin.
Uh-oh, that's right.
Biggin.
Oh, wow.
It's a big old black one.
That is a big one. Just when I talk about they're not jumpers, this sucker is
heard you.
Not staying in the water.
Ask, etc.
Oh boy, I tell you what.
Gosh, he hooked good.
This one hooked good though.
We're gonna go on and catch him today. We're gonna go on and catch him. That one's got to be close to 4. I don't know, he's skinny. Three and 3/4, I think. 380.
Watch this. It's the jumpingest fish we've seen by far in this thing. You think, wow, this landing is going to be. But he had a couple of hooks in him. So
the only one he's had that we've seen him catch. or certainly one of only a couple that actually had both hooks, and thankfully for Stetson, because this fish jumped 4 or 5 times, and most of them have not been jumping. Here we go. Good job.
As fast as you can. And Smalley's stopping it like a locomotive.
Such a fun bite. Just heard him mention about reeling that bait fast, and they just stop it.
There he is.
Wow.
I think it's a big one, Russ. Yep, big. Yeah, baby. Think you wanted that? Get you some. Come here, my little baby. Let me get this bait out of your mouth. Get this bait out of your mouth. I knew it. Just like my kids, you just don't want to mind. Look at that stud. £4 even. Yeah.
He is making it look so easy.
What a who wouldn't want to trade places with Stetson Blalock right now? What a tremendous start. That's going to get him close to 20 pounds in the first hour and a half of fishing. That is just phenomenal. What a phenomenal place.
We knew coming in that for him to have a chance to win the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, he would have to stay in the top 2 or 3 in this event. He's certainly planning on staying in the top 2 or 3 in this event.
He has more than laid the groundwork for that right now, but it's Scott Canterbury coming from down in the 20s who has made the big move points-wise so far today. He's got the lead over Stetson Blalock, Chris Zaldane, and Corey Johnston. That's subject to change. We'll be back.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
Missed my flight next week?
the all-new RAV4 Toyota, let's go places.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh, here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
Do things. Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Let's go. Wake the streets up. Yeah. Wake the streets up. Come on.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Lake St. Clair didn't take long for things to start popping, especially for the likes of Stetson Blalock. Already with almost 20 pounds in the boat in the first hour and about 15 minutes worth of fishing. But that's the point standings. Right now, it's also been a good morning for Scott Canterbury. Scott Canterbury, who went through a chaotic morning yesterday with pretty much nothing to show for it, has turned it around today for sure.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Scott Canterbury, because he struggled yesterday and was down in the standings in the first few hours, did not have fish in the boat, fell so far back. And this morning, just with a few fish in the boat early, has such a big lead. But we've talked about now Chris Zaldane, Stetson's there, but Corey Johnson, Chris Zaldane, they have their chance to move up and fill that gap. So things will settle in a little bit. We've definitely got us a heck of a race going on, no doubt about it.
And talking about Chris Zaldane, who started the day with the lead, David, we've been a little bit, we're trying to find him. He's in a remote area. It's been a little hard to get, but now we've gotten a feed of what's been going on with him this morning. I want to show you this little bit right here.
Be a big one. It feels good. Oh yeah, stay on there. Don't be a pike or a muskie. Oh yeah, it's a big one. It's a giant. It's a giant. Stay on there, big girl. Stay on there. Stay on there, big girl. Come here. Come here. No, come here. Oh, yeah. Yeah!
Wow.
Yeah!
It's a 5-pounder. Every bit of it.
Simple bait adjustment last night. Yeah! I want this AOI bad. That's how you do it right there. 5-pounder. Yes! Woo!
Great way to start. Great way to start day 2.
Yeah, and again, well, hopefully he'll wind up or drift into some place where we can get a constant signal from him. This had to find a signal just to feed this back here because there's some super remote areas. We're on the border. A lot of things complicate getting the pictures here, but that says a lot for Chris Zaldane, who started the day with the lead. And like Scott Canterbury, he started a little further back, started in 11th place, so he has a chance to totally upgrade his point situation. If he keeps catching them like that, especially.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got room to move up. You need to keep that in mind.
Got some action at the top of the leaderboard, but there's some action down there at the Classic Cut. Yesterday, Garrett Paquette fell from 34th AOY to 43rd. First guy out, he's caught a 5.5 pounder, biggest fish of the day so far.
This is moments ago with Hunter Shryock.
Came up quick. 2. I really want to mess around. Oh, he's a little bit bigger than 2. Am I going to break anything if I fall here? Probably. I got you. I got you. You can't grab a hold of him. Sorry, Trey. You got small mouth. Look, he won't open his mouth. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Two and a quarter, probably.
That also moments ago with Hunter Shryock, who's very good, 21.5 pounds yesterday, and right there inside the top 20 in points. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points based on a good season and having a good tournament here, obviously. Another angler having a great tournament here is Shane LaHue.
So far it has been slow. We've had 3 bites. I've landed one 13-inch smallmouth and lost 2 that felt pretty big. But it started like this yesterday for me. A lot of them just slapping at it, not eating it. I don't know why, but later in the day they seem to bite a heck of a lot better. Yesterday, about the last hour, I caught 6 or 7. So I'm not too worried yet, but the water is actually cleaner than it was yesterday, which is good. I think if we get a little sun, it'll help them bite this thing. But like I said, they're just slapping at it. They're not getting it. I don't know what the deal is so far. I'm just winding a crankbait as fast as I can, covering as much water as I can. I'm fishing anywhere from 17 to 14. That's why I'm up in 14 right now, see if they moved a little shallower. But so far it's pretty slow. But like I said yesterday, it was like this too. I'd go in spurts, I'd catch 2 or 3, and then I would go forever without a bite. Then I'd make a drift and catch 3 or 4, and lose a couple. There's one right there.
Shane LaHue hooked up a little, wrap a little live watch. Jason Williamson is on the right there. We'll get back to that.
One. Oh, he's got me around the poles. You gotta be kidding me.
Wow.
Broke me off. Gosh.
Williamson swinging one in. There's your Rapala Live Watch again with Jason Williamson here.
He's fishing a crankbait also. Fourth keeper so far this morning for Jason. He's one of those anglers, I think, Ronnie Seuss, that just needed to have a decent tournament to stay in the Classic, right?
He was 33rd coming into this event. Roughly 60 points ahead of the cut line. 55, 60 points ahead.
And he moved up one click from yesterday.
Boy, Shane LaHue, that was a big fish. Got in his pole.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Got to say, decidedly less wind.
Oh,
waves
yes.
Today than it was yesterday. Still got the cloud cover, so it has been very few exceptions. Cranker's paradise out there.
Wouldn't call it slick calm by any means.
No, no, no.
Much better than yesterday if you weren't with us. Those guys were taking them over the front of the boat where they were running their big engines or on the trolling motors. A little quick shot of Chris Zaldane there.
Yeah.
A minute.
Just got Canterbury. Has regained the points lead he came here with.
Is that right? Yeah, 8:58.
Keeps tightening up, though. Some guys are passing him. He's fallen to 10th place right now. 3 fish still.
Got the full field out here all 3 days of this tournament. We will wrap it up on Tuesday. No way does it feel like a Monday.
No, it sure does.
It does not. Of course, we're sort of in the space shuttle here.
Yes. Canterbury hooked up.
And you're on.
Oh. So I just noticed something, Scott Canterbury. You saw him check his phone for the time, and I saw him go up front resetting the time on his graph.
Screen,
We saw Corey Johnson. It cost him switching boats and having to reset his graphs to clear the waypoints and that sort of thing in the boat that he was in. Went to Central Time, cost him Cost him a lot of points.
Oh,
cost
boy.
him 7 minutes. He was 7 minutes
Yeah,
late.
but-
Cost him 30 points. Would be leading AOY right now.
Daylight savings time got him big time.
Well, maybe. Not that big. Set the hook on it, felt big though. Nah, it's a little one. Little guy.
So the time on his graph was wrong, and fortunately for him, he just thought about it and reset them. Could have had two of those same scenarios.
Oh yeah, that's
in one season.
What's a good catch right there
Yes.
for sure.
She's just boat flipping. He's little. I guess it's a keeper. He felt really big. $15. Put call tag on him. I got some tackle to do now. This one may be a little too deep for here. Nope.
Blalock hooked up again.
Oh my gosh, that's a big one. I think he ate it good too. That's a giant bass. Oh my gosh. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Gosh dang it, fish. Got you, son.
Wow.
You are mine. I don't even know. That's a sure enough frigate. Look at that, Big Ned got in on it. Big Norm. He got in on the love. He gonna get some sprinkles on his cupcake later. Look at that. That's a freak.
Well, he's gonna have.
My goodness.
With this cull, he's gonna have a bag early in the morning.
We live? I'm alive, I can tell you that. Five even, son. The bad part is I got a cull, and I don't even know which one to cull. They all donkeys. Five even. I don't even know. I don't even know how to cull these.
Another one hooked pretty good right there for Stetson. He's had two in a row there. One that size, you're hoping for that when it gets close to the boat.
24 pounds he weighed in yesterday. 24.12 I think it was, and he is way ahead of where he was yesterday at this time. No telling what he might end up, the way he's going this morning. Saw Seth Fighter with a 26 pounds. I mean, the Stetson's headed in that direction today. He has to do that, though.
Oh, absolutely. He's got to be in the top three.
He's going to have to be top three in this event to have a chance to win AOY, and still might not do it.
Oh, that's absolutely right.
He's doing all he can do.
Yeah, and maybe then a little more.
Yeah.
Unbelievable day. Early starts by a lot of our anglers. Stetson Blalock, certainly the flashiest of all of them. That last one was a true trophy.
No doubt about it. And he's not one of those anglers. You know, we saw Brandon Lester yesterday want to catch 3 big ones and have 20 pounds immediately. Stetson is covering a lot of water and not even in one section of the lake. He's just really got the depth and the bait and the retrieve. He's got all that dialed in. And speaking of dialed in, you better not count Chris Zaldane out. He's been dialed in all season with 3 second-place finishes this year. And he's certainly in the mix for AOI.
Well, we mentioned it, just barely, have not been able to hear much from him today. Said I made a bait change. We'll try to learn more about that, and he could go on a tear just like Stetson Blalock has.
Have to keep in mind that Chris Zaldane and Corey Johnson, I'm assuming we just don't have service with them, so quite possibly much, much closer to Scott Canterbury.
Absolutely, yeah, could be way closer than that. That list indicates right now, but for right now, it's Scott Canterbury in the lead. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent feed. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original Powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Yeah, you care about gear ratios, inches per turn, and ball bearings. But most importantly, you want reliability and dependability in the equipment you use. And at Lew's, it is a requirement. Regardless of the price that fits your fishing style, Lew's doesn't cut corners when it comes to the gear they build. The new for 2019 Lew's Speed Spool is evidence of that. Hey guys, Pro Angler Jason Christie. When I'm out competing, I want something that won't let me down. There's a lot of things that are important in a reel, but the most important to me is reliability and durability, and you're gonna find that in the new Speed Spool LFS. The new Speed Spool LFS is loaded with all kinds of features. First of all, one-piece aluminum frame. That right there alone is gonna set it apart from other $99 reels. Secondly, solid brass speed gears. Just like the Super Duty, that $99 reel is gonna last for a long time. When you're cranking in that big fish, this reel is gonna be solid and smooth, and all of that is thanks to the new P2 Super Pinion gear. This oversized gear is going to allow for smooth operation, cast after cast. This magnetic control system, which is externally adjustable, will allow a seasoned pro or a first-timer to be able to pick up the reel off the deck and cast with ease. You can find all these features and more in the new Speed Spool LFS at only $99.
The team at Lew's is adamant on delivering quality, dependable gear at a price that fits your lifestyle. Whether you are a weekend angler or tournament pro, the new for 2019 upgraded Speed Spool LFS is the best $99 reel in the market. Go see for yourself.
Blue Water by TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus great premiums, including a 4-lure starter kit. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, one of the two top titles in the sport of bass fishing, along with the Geico Bassmaster Classic. That's a single tournament. This is about your performance all year long, including this postseason, season-ending tournament for the top 50 qualifiers. From the two guys on a tear today. Stetson Blalock just burning it down, 21 pounds already within the first 2 hours of fishing. Sort of a more subtle tear by Scott Canterbury, who has fished his way back in to the top of the points race right now, as he started out in the 20s and has moved up into the top 10 at this point. Well, let's take a look at what Stetson Blalock has done. We mentioned that super tear he has been on, and it ranks as our Mercury move of the day, of course, Davey High.
Yeah, absolutely. Stetson Blalock, we were able to see him quite a bit yesterday, and he went through periods where he was not catching, where he was not catching many fish at all. But then he would, hit a spurt, we'd catch a few. Well, it has been all morning. Certainly, Stetson Blalock is the Mercury move of the day because he has been moving these smallmouth in his boat all morning long. It's just really been fun to watch, and he makes it, and when we were talking to Zona earlier, he's making it look so easy. It's a big lake there, over 300 square miles to fish, and it's just not quite as easy, but Stetson Blalock, certainly the move of the day, making it look so easy to catch over 20 pounds of smallmouth bass.
Barely hooked too.
First thing this morning, great day yesterday with 24 total, and he is way ahead of that pace this morning. We saw a 6-pound, 12-ounce smallmouth waiting yesterday by Seth Fighter. Stetson get 1 or 2 of those 6-pound fish, which there are a lot of those fish in this lake. He could weigh in a record smallmouth stringer the way he's headed this morning, no doubt about it.
Think he wanted that.
And catching those big, crazy wild smallmouth on a crankbait. Hasn't lost a fish that I've seen at all over 2 days. It's just phenomenal.
Not one that hurt him. Maybe lost a fish, but not one that not a 5-pounder, and he weighed in on 4.5. It's just been absolutely incredible, and he's had an incredible season. You look here, currently in second place. headed into this morning in the Toyota Bassmaster Angler Year. Just look at the season he had, and you talked about yesterday. What a trip to South Carolina for Stetson Blalock with a second place at Lake Hartwell, and then obviously the winner there at Winyah Bay.
Absolutely come into his own this year. Just a tremendous season. St. John's a little bit of a slow start. If he could have gotten off to a little bit quicker start, he'd be that much farther along. But hey, you can not complain very loud about that season he has had in 2019. Stetson Blalock from Benton, Arkansas.
Even with the season he's had, he had to be, if you looked at the points and break them down like we have, he had to have a top 3 finish to have a chance.
It's been a good day.
And he's doing that right now.
Just out here chunking and winding and catching big smallmouths. What I really hate is for all you guys that are back in Arkansas and down south when it's 100 degrees today, and I'm got my hoodie and my rain suit on, and I'm a nice chill 65, and I'm catching a lot of smallmouth. I don't want to rub it in or nothing, but it's not bad. It's not all bad.
There's Chris Zaldane.
Still with only 1 fish this morning. A little slower start for Chris, but it is the right size.
Today is I throw big Norm or little Norm. They like them both. It's kind of hard to decide. You just kind of have to.
Big one bit off a non-waypoint area, and the waypoint areas there's no bites. It's weird. Moving.
Chris Zaldane is exactly where he started this morning. I don't think he started there. I mean, excuse me, yesterday morning. I don't think he started there this morning, but saw him catch a couple of nice fish here where he's at currently yesterday.
Okay. 9:17. Left here at 10 yesterday. I'll probably leave here at 10 again today. Yeah, switched up to a little swimmer, a little 3-inch spark shad. You know, I've got waypoints all over this flat and 4 to 6 feet of water, and every day is different. I'll get bites away from the waypoints. It all looks the same. It's all just
lost the signal from Chris, but you can kind of tell where he was going there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very familiar, and you are too, Tommy. I mean, that's a popular section of Lake St. Clair where he's at, right outside the mouth of the St. Clair River, and he was describing it's just very similar, just a sandy flat with mixed grass, and those fish move around so much out there. You want to mark a waypoint when you get a good quality bite, but I found out, I don't know if you should really even go back to waypoints. That current is ripping across those flat, and those fish are always moving through there. And I had some great days there. Obviously, Chris had a good day there yesterday and caught some good ones there in practice, but those fish will move on you, and sometimes they move in and sometimes they move out. And you've got to cover a lot of water in that area to run into those fish. And that's the thing about Stetson Blalock here. I mean, it's not as shallow, and those fish don't move around quite as much, in my opinion, out in the lake as they do up there on those shallower flats. But for him to just be dialed right in on them during practice and yesterday, and obviously this morning, he has been on fire. That's great. He's going to be tough to deal with in this tournament.
Yeah, it's as you pointed out, Mark Zona yesterday pointed out, it's not just throwing a crankbait out there and digging through the bottom at all. It is a completely different deal.
It really, well, and we've done it. I mean, you can go out there and throw for you can throw all day and only get a bite or two. Stetson is making it look so easy. And when we talked to Zona this morning, he was describing you've got to find basically a grid or a section that a large population of those lake fish are feeding in. And it's all about current, but I don't know of anyone that's ever really figured out, hey, I know they're going to be right here, right now. Sure, the Bell River hump area or around the mouth, but you're talking about miles and miles. When somebody says, yeah, I caught them around Bell River hump, well, 10 square miles there.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to crank 10 square miles.
About the only feature that I've ever heard mentioned was Chris Zaldane said yesterday, the sand holes out in there seem to be more productive, but that's kind of hard to run down day after day, right?
Well, I agree 100%. That is productive. The problem, it's just almost, even though there's a Lake St. Clair, it's almost like a river. That sand moves.
Yeah, it's
with
the current
water levels and current. Where a depression is this year, you go back next year. Boy, I caught them in this little sand hole. It's not there.
No.
That bottom changes. It moves.
We talked a lot about it yesterday, how really strong, relentless that current is everywhere on that lake.
The vegetation on almost all lakes changes with water level, water clarity, a lot of different things, but the vegetation and the bottom moves on this lake because of the current.
Yeah.
If it were more rock, obviously the current wouldn't change it as much, but that's sand with current. I mean, it's constantly moving and changing. Haven't got to see any of Seth Fighter this morning, unfortunately.
No.
Zona said he was with him for a little while, and
just a couple of casts, really, it sounded like. And
not any luck so far this morning. Caught the 26 pounds yesterday and the 612 on a Rapala DT10. Said he caught every fish that he weighed in on that bait. And was hoping to do it again today. Caught the 26 pounds on not his best area. Wow, but all of a sudden would become my best area. Yeah. The wind didn't allow him to go to the section of Lake St. Clair that he felt most confident in, but he should be able to get there today. Looks like about half the size of those waves here today as it was yesterday. Derek Hudnall there on the right. Only one fish so far today, but it was a big one. We didn't get didn't hear him say, looked like a 4.5 pounder or so though.
He entered that in as a 4 even.
4 even?
Okay.
Matt Airy just caught a 4.5 and jumped over his running mate Scott Canterbury. Pushed him down another spot to 11th.
Be tough if your roommate cost you a point, it costs you AOI.
Awkward.
You're not my roommate anymore, buddy.
He's probably helped gain him an AOI point here and there occasionally too.
I'm
So
sure.
they probably
You reckon?
They probably will just split a steak and call it good.
I would think Canterbury would give Matt Airy big props for helping him this season. They've shared a lot of information.
They do. Something like that could happen. Obviously, I was joking. This tournament's far from over, but you have to weigh in all legal fish when you check in, so potentially you could do that and know that you were doing it, and legally you would just have to weigh your fish.
Derek Hudnall on the right started today in 42nd place, which is just the last man inside the Classic Cut. And angling so hard to be a guy who makes the Classic with one tournament missing from his card. One tournament he did not.
Yeah.
That would be quite an achievement.
Absolutely.
I think we saw Kevin Short do that in 2014.
Right, he missed one on Toledo Bend.
I think he missed Toledo Bend because the tornado took out his house
right up the street
Mayflower. and he ended up reeling off top 10s, I believe, at Cayuga and Delaware River. Like I think 3 of the last 4 events he had a top 10, and that helped him get to that the Classic then. But that would probably be the only other time since the Elite started that somebody missed a full event and still made the Classic if it was to do it again.
For some reason, I'm thinking Marizo or one of our Japanese anglers that happened. I don't know why but I keep thinking it happened one other time. Certainly a great feat, whether it happened once prior or twice. I mean, certainly
There's a familiar face on our Rapala Live watch. Clark Winlet out there getting it done. And
hooked up right now.
Yeah, he's hooked up. Yeah, let's watch.
Clark throwing a crankbait also.
Nice job there, Clark. I know you're busy right now. Thanks for letting us look in and tell me, is it better today, better yesterday?
Better today or better yesterday? Better today. You know, the wind made it so tough yesterday, and it actually kind of milkied up water in a lot of areas. And I just think smallmouth feed's so much better when it's really clear. When it's milky, you got to drag, and I don't like dragging.
Well, how long have you had your limit in the boat?
I actually caught it on this spot just about. I pulled up here. I couldn't catch anything here yesterday because it was milky. And it's really not that much more clear. It's a little clearer today probably, but I pulled up here and I caught one the first cast and I caught one the second cast. And then I mean, they were just all around the boat. I could see them. So I just started dropping down and catching them. I just caught that one on a crankbait. So there's definitely a big school of fish right here.
So, Clark, tell us a little bit about, you had a good day yesterday, but you're off to a fantastic start this morning. Tell us a little bit about your situation and being able to make it into the Classic and what you feel like you need to do coming into this event.
Well, I mean, the whole goal, obviously, is to make the Classic. And, there's guys that are trying to make Angler of the Year. But for me, I got to just about win. I mean, they were top 3, top 5, something really good. So, but I didn't really practice any differently than I ever did here. I love this place because it's big and flat, and guys say it's too random, but I don't really think it is. And I just think, you got to figure out what the key is. But the Classic's the whole goal. I got to end up top 5 to get there.
So we asked Zona this a little bit yesterday, and St. Clair's a huge place, over 300 square miles. So you're making it look easy, and a couple of the other anglers we've been watching throwing a crankbait make it look easy to just go out there and catch 16, 18, 20 pounds. What do you look for when you get offshore there on St. Clair?
Well, it's really pretty random. I mean, you really just got to get out and fish, and I know that just sounds a little too easy, but you fish, you make a lot of casts, you cover a lot of water, and then when you get bites, you've got to try to figure out what keys the bites. And so for me in this practice, if I was ever on really slick bottom, I wouldn't catch anything. But if it got just a little bit of grass on it, and I started seeing a lot more perch, around that grass, it just made me think, well, I got to find grass. And actually, my practice was really, really good. I caught a lot of really big. But the thing about it is yesterday just made it so hard. I mean, it was hard for everybody. It's hard, you know, when the wind's blowing like that. You know, you talk about this place being so big. Well, it is huge. And when you talk about huge, you talk about big waves. And if it's, you know, I heard Corey Johnson say, hey, it's going to be bumpy. And it was bumpy yesterday.
Well, Clark, obviously, you got it on a roll today, and thanks for taking a moment to visit with us for just a second. We'll let you get back to it, and good luck in getting up there, staying up there, and hopefully getting inside the cut for the Classic.
Well, I appreciate it, guys. We need to do this more often. And that's really on me. That's not on y'all. I got to catch more fish.
We'll be happy to oblige. The great Clark Winlet right there, fishing really, really hard today and getting better results. I wonder if he made a little. He said he was around him yesterday, just couldn't catch him.
Yeah, and for him to say he had a really, really good practice, he's been to St. Clair a lot, you know, through the years, and for him to say he had a really, really good practice, he certainly did. So, wouldn't be surprised to see him come in with a 25 plus pound bag at weigh-in there with Dave Mercer.
Hunter Shryock with the more finessey equipment. We're not seeing much of that today, as a matter of fact.
Be a bass. Oh, what the heck? That's a good one. Tire out. Berkeley Maxent flatworm. Again, surprise, surprise. Uh-huh, a little GoPro action there. Just watch when I pull the rod up. Oh, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. No, that's a big one.
Good one there for Hunter.
Doesn't surprise me.
Number 4.
A good day at 21.5 pounds yesterday. Hunter Shryock looking super solid to realize the dream he's had since a child. Making it to the Geico Bassmaster Classic. He's put in the work and gotten the results this year.
Shane Hughes hooked up live. He had a little better luck with this one. That was unfortunate earlier when that fish. It's a nice one got in his hole.
Feels like that was a meaningful fish for sure.
Come on, bud.
22 pounds yesterday. Great day yesterday for Shane Hughes. We got one small one in the boat today.
Really?
Mention Hunter Shryock.
I'm gonna get right there
with the plastics and the drop shot. It's really incredible. 80-90% of the fish we're seeing put in the boat are on crankbaits.
Yes.
I knew it would be a player, but it's it's almost the only player.
Wow. Scott Canterbury with a tube a little bit.
Yep.
And that's about it.
And to think that the
foul hooked in the
3 or 4 times that we've been here, that hasn't been one on a crankbait. It's been a tube, it's been a drop shot, It's been some of those deals. But the crankbait's always factored, it's just never one.
20 years ago, that was a big secret.
Cranking
on St. Clair.
You
had to really be in the know to know about the crankbait bite on St. Clair. By the time Shane LaHue was born.
Yeah. That's another good one. I think you'll get this one.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
There's one. God, that was lucky. 3.5. He's not that big, but.
I heard him say earlier, though, he was going through some dry spells and then would hit little flurries. In the last hour, caught 6 or 7 nice ones. So hopefully we'll see some more like that from Shane.
Brandon Lester, big turnaround from yesterday when he had 22.5. Had a good 3 or 4 in the boat at this time yesterday.
Gosh, dang it, man. What the heck? Came back with a big smallmouth. Stay on, girl. Son, that's a grown one there. That's a grown one. I'm telling you. I can't believe he came back for it. Don't get down in that grass. Don't get down in that grass.
That is a big one.
Man, that's a big one.
It's amazing. Some of the real big ones, the 6s and 7s will be rogues up shallow. It's like they're a different creature.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I told you there's big ones up here shallow. Son, look at that thing. What a beautiful fish. My gosh. Bigger than he had yesterday. That's a good one.
Ooh, I was hoping he would weigh that one for us. That's a beautiful smallmouth.
Just a perfect one there.
All right.
We've seen a couple big rogue ones. Chris Zaldane with a 5, obviously, earlier. That's his only fish. Still Garrett Paquette with a 5.5. That's his only fish. So some of these guys have one real big one, but they haven't found a bunch yet.
Scott Canterbury. Yeah,
good morning
for
Tommy.
For Canterbury, for Blalock as well. It's got to be a great morning for Stetson Blalock. He's going to stay in there. Still waiting to hear a little more of the particulars from the likes of Seth Feider, Corey Johnston. Man, oh man, what a day by Feider yesterday. Almost 27 pounds.
Tightening up.
Bring in today. Things are tightening up. You see Stetson Blalock now has cut that deficit he had to Scott Canterbury just a little bit. Right behind is Chris Zaldane. Corey Johnston's got some work to do, but he's also got some room to make a move as well. If he can just get everything put together in one day, in one tournament, and get it going on. A lot of ifs out there and a lot of changes on the way, to be sure. We'll be back.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Mother Nature is my playground. And when I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Oh, we're just trying to keep up here. Things are moving, changing so fast at the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year tournament on incredible Lake St. Clair. This place is showing out like it always does. It's just one of the most magnificent fisheries in the world. Those changes we're talking about, Scott Canterbury moving up, regaining his lead, the points lead. Stetson Blalock, the tournament, blowing that out as we stand here this morning, having a fantastic morning. But others will catch up and at least get closer to Stetson as we go along through the day. But he has done some great work so far today. Of course, Zaldane, one good one that we know of, a giant in his live well. He's got room to move up, as does Corey Johnston. Points-wise, we still having a hard time getting the info from a very isolated place where he is spending his time during the three days of this tournament. Mueller, Corey Johnston, Canadian waters over there. It's just very, very hard. And you see where they are. You see our international border there represented by the yellow line. It just gets very complicated, very tough. Hunter Schreier, we've spent some time with today. Scott Canterbury having a complete turnaround from his morning yesterday.
Much better start today for Scott Canterbury, and Was hoping he'd have a good start this morning. It's tough to be leading Angler of the Year on the final event and go 3-4 hours yesterday before he put his first keeper in the boat. Great recovery, as he has done multiple times this year. We've talked about it. Just last week at 10 Killer, day 2, the final hour, he saved his chances to win. And yesterday afternoon, very similar. He good comeback and had over 17 pounds and kept himself right where he needed to be, and has regained that lead this morning.
Well, through the regular season, nobody had a better points performance than Scott Canterbury. Look at that right there, starting out with the top 10. The St. Johns River, he seemed to figure out some. You've said it many times, he'd figure out something. If he got a little down there, he would figure out something and turn his fortunes around. It happened again and again.
It seems like, and this thing's far from over, but he is our leader right now, and he was coming into this event. But the person that wins AOI is the one that trusted their instincts, made good decisions, obviously, and made good recoveries. It's never an easy path to win this title. That's why it's so prestigious among the anglers. You have to make those good decisions, trust your instincts, and make good decisions on the water. And he's done that all season long. Seen here with his first fish this morning on a crankbait. We've seen him fishing a tube quite a bit and other soft plastics, but this morning he started out and put that first keeper in the boat on the crankbait. And
be a big brown one.
this was earlier today, but still early this morning. You can see the sun just coming over the horizon. This fish is on a tube, and I mentioned a little earlier, they had to take about 100 pounds of weight off Scott Canterbury's shoulders to get these 3 fish in the boat this morning. It was brutal yesterday to have his first keeper at about 11 o'clock. Not a big one, but
not that big.
Certainly one he's proud to have at this point in the tournament.
Currently sitting with 3 keepers and about 8.5, 9 pounds. 15th place. As far as the tournament itself goes right here, whether or not that's going to be good enough to carry him all the way across the finish line remains to be seen.
We just saw Drew Benton fill his limit and pass him in those fish by LaHue and Lester. They climbed in front of Canterbury, knocked him back. He was 4th early this morning, now he's 15th.
And not to mention his roommate, Matt Eric, right ahead of him.
Every fish so crucial. With those 3 fish that we just saw him catch this morning, put him all the way up to 4th, which no one could overtake him if he would stay in the top 5 or the top 9. But now, as time has progressed and some anglers have moved ahead of him, he could technically give up the lead again here this morning, mid-morning. So,
oh,
wow!
4 bucks now. We were starved for 4 boxes yesterday.
Wow!
We had a 4 box deficiency going. Now I'm starting to feel a little more.
Sound
more
the alarm.
Settled in here.
Sound the alarm.
Sound the alarm. Blalock, Shryock, Canterbury, and Lester.
And once
Sounds
again,
like a law firm.
It really does.
Need another little flurry.
Canterbury and Lester.
God, he swatted at it.
Once again, look at Brandon Lester. Certainly looks like he's on a different body of water altogether. See the bottom right there, good shot. Shows how shallow he is.
He's wanting to stay right in here. Might be able to come back and get him later.
Well, 2 minutes after you
No, yeah, he's
you said that they're a
real
big,
light color.
big rogue smallmouth that live shallow here.
the
Brandon
problem.
Lester
When it's
said the
cloudy,
exact
you
same
can't
thing.
see
Are
them.
they,
Or
are
when
they
it's cloudy,
permanent
you can't see
residents, you
them
think,
until-
here? Or?
Oh, I think they just love to get up there in that shallow
I'm
water
fishing-
and
Just spend some time.
They'll remind me of sharks.
It's about 3 feet deep, and it's just a
love
sandy
to
bottom.
roam and
checking it out.
always
It's starting to
checking
get a
things
little
out.
bit brighter out. I mean, it's still cloudy, but I can kind of see, and I was just working my way down through here, and I saw a great big one. I think there might have been 2, because one of them looked fatter than the other one, but the problem is when it's cloudy like this, they'll see you before you see them, and if you spook them, a lot of times they won't bite. Sometimes they will, but most of the time, no. But that one, I spooked him. I put the power poles down, and I was just sitting here, and he came swimming right back over here beside the boat. So he's wanting to be in this area. So what I'll do, I'll mark this, and then come back later. There he is, right there. He ran from it. If I was sitting out there making casts in here, that fish would bite. Yeah, he's big.
Got a little bonus coverage with Cliff Prince right there, who's obviously doing something that makes you happy. Doing some culling. Cliff, tell us about this day you're having today. It's quite a day.
They talking to me?
Yep.
Man, it's been good this morning. You know, yesterday morning I should have had a limit by this time, and I lost a couple. But this morning I put pretty much everything in the boat that's counted to. When you're calling 3.5 pounders at 9:30, that's a good thing. We should have a good day today. Maybe we'll for sure make the classic anyway. That's what the goal is this week.
Well, what turned it around today? What did little adjustments or change of scenery, or what was going on?
That's what turned it around today. What, making any adjustments or?
You know, I started out dragging yesterday morning, and this morning I started out cranking, and it's paid off big time. I've got everything on the crankbait today.
All right, Cliff, congratulations. Great day going on today from Palatka, Florida. Cliff Prince out there, and yeah, that's looking good right there.
That's looking great, man. Like he said, early in the morning still, not even anywhere near half of his fishing day.
Boy, everybody's catching them right now. Take a look at that screen.
Is that a 5 box?
It is.
Got her sideways.
Wow.
3 out of 5 ain't bad.
3 out of 5, looking at
No, definitely.
culling, unhooking, measuring. That's just a lot going on. You know you're on a great body of water.
He's a keeper. He definitely got to get rid of him, but we'll let him ride for
I think he's gonna help. I'm gonna weigh him anyway.
So Cliff Prince, he was in the Classic, but just a few places in. Is that right?
40th place coming in, but he had a good little
place
point
yesterday.
lead, and he jumped up to 37, so he's pretty much secured. He's like 23 points from dropping out, so him climbing a little higher today.
Because
he's in
there's
better
no
position.
because there's no cut, he could give all those points back and
right little cluster of area.
He did.
Have to get in a hurry is when it's bad.
Jump on it though.
Gobies are here.
Boy, that is such a dogfight down there, right under that Classic cut
What I'm
line.
doing
there.
is
Clark gave us sort of an
Every now and
indication
then
of that.
I'll
He's
pan
just
around.
started today a couple of spots out of that, and he said, "Man, I'm going to have
see
to
what
maybe
looks
win
like
this
fish,
tournament."
and I'll throw over there
get
to
in the
it. And
Classic."
sometimes there'll be one sitting on the bottom. He'll come up and get it.
That one right there, I could see there was two of them swimming together. And they were pretty close to the boat because right as my crankbait started up, I saw him streak straight up off the bottom and got it.
And that thing spotted up, looks like he's got freckles. That's a large one out there.
Yeah, Tommy, like you were saying, from those guys, like I wrote a blog about it. The guys, there's like 7 or 8 guys above and below the classic cut that did their job yesterday. So they kind of all hurt each other, played good offense / defense. Cliff Prince, Todd Otten, and Paul Mueller were all in the classic just above the bubble, caught them and are in the top 10. So they moved up to the 37, 38, 39 spot. Then you've got guys like Jake Whitaker, Skylar Hamilton, Derek Hudnall, who were below the classic, jumped up in there because of their good top 10 finish. And then you've got different mixtures. Paquette all the way at the bottom fell out of the classic. Greg DePalma, 0 points yesterday, fell to the bottom. With points today, he'll jump in the classic. So it's going to be just single-digit points for 3 or 4 guys making or missing the classic.
Started up, he grabbed it.
I did not have that problem.
That one's probably the same size as that last one, about 3.
Since we've gone to the 50-man field in the Toyota Angler of the Year Championship, it actually makes it a little tougher to move with this 50-man field. When you think about it a little bit, it's just, it's only a few, and that's why it's so incredible that we have 3 or 4 people legitimately that could win Angler of the Year. Because it's not, if you catch that one fish, you get your 51 points.
Yeah.
Then it's just half as much room for movement as you will have in a normal event.
A miracle can't go further than the math goes.
Right, exactly.
You know.
And the weird gaps, there was like 2 or 3 different 10-point gaps between a single spot. 37th, or it was like, I think it was 39th to 40th or 40th to 41st, something like that, was like 12 points, just one spot. So it's, yeah, you could beat that guy by 1 spot, but you actually got to beat him by 12 in the tournament. We see how hard it is for Zaldane to overcome 9 with Canterbury, so.
You see how our anglers are laid out. On St. Clair, let me show you something that happened just a couple of moments ago with Shane LaHue.
Please don't come off.
Sound like a big splash. I haven't seen it yet.
That big.
Nice.
Little ones today.
Needed, for sure. And before, you got 3 small ones in the boat. Smaller ones, not tiny ones.
Still on this last long drift. It's been a little slower. I've hooked 3, caught a 3-pounder, and had a little one get off right at the boat, kind of playing him, and then had a another one, maybe 3, right to the boat, and he came off. But it's definitely not as fast and furious, but you can be on the, to the right or to the left, and then it's just kind of random, which it's been random the whole time. But when you get on the right little drift, you'll catch 3 or 4. We're par on this drift for bites. We just haven't had any good ones.
I'll hear the drums in the distance there, Davey Hyde. You know what's coming.
Yeah, we definitely know what's coming.
It's about of course you know what's coming.
It's about that time. And I don't mean lunchtime. I mean power pole replay of the daytime. And it has to go. It certainly has to go to Stetson Blalock. We saw him yesterday go through a few dry spells, but catching them, back to back, within 5 or 10 minutes when he would get around a little group of fish. But this morning, he came out gunslinging, let's say, already with over 21 pounds of smallmouth in the live well. So Stetson Blalock, you certainly had to be our power pole replay of the day. Catching 3.5 to 5 pound smallmouth. Haven't seen him catch a small fish yet. Certainly don't want to jinx him, but when you catch predominantly 4 and 5 pound smallmouth, you have to be the power pole replay of the day. It's certainly when you do it in the first hour on Lake St. Clair in the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, which he has to have this kind of finish to give himself a chance to be the Toyota Angler of the Year. So hats off to Stetson Blalock, power pole replay of the day, for keeping himself in the top 3, which he'll have to do to have a chance to hold that Angler of the Year trophy over his head. Tomorrow afternoon, somebody will be doing it on Championship Tuesday, Tommy.
That's right, champs. You will know all tomorrow afternoon by weigh-in. Weigh-in today coming up at 3:10, I believe. Eastern time, local time.
I just love that expression.
Oh, man. That
He's
was
having
that
a
5-pounder.
Having a time.
That 5-pounder will excite anybody. And you're right, Davey, underscoring that great effort is the fact that he had to do it, knew he had to do it, and got it done so far today. And Stetson says he gets on the right drift and he can upgrade again, so we will not stray far from him, that is for sure. We're not going to stray far from anyone right now, including Scott Canterbury, and hoping to see more from Chris Zaldane when we come back.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned. You've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
There's your winner.
Dream big. Develop your craft. Believe in yourself. And win on the biggest stage.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope. There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From crawls and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now to win a fishing trip with Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Jamie Hartman. Trip includes airfare, hotel, rental car, and $500 spending cash. Plus a Nitro Z18 with Mercury outboard, Lowrance Electronics power pole, and an amazing prize pack. Total value of $40,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of Bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Well, let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walking the direction that supports you and me. You and me. Let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walking the direction that supports you and me.
Anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting, because when protection matters most, Line Exit. Go to linex.com to find a store near you.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
About 3 hours deep into this all-important second day of 3 days of fishing on Lake St. Clair, which makes up our entire postseason 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, deciding a very, very important trophy, very important award. And Davey Height, we talked about the Geico Bassmaster Classic being life-changing. This one's life-changing, just in a different way, a little bit of a different way.
Yeah, the two things that are life-changing, certainly career-changing as a professional bass angler is the Bassmaster Classic and the Toyota Bass Angler of the Year. And Scott Canterbury, Stetson Blalock, Chris Zaldane, Corey Johnson, they all, and then Brandon Lester's in the hunt, but realistically, those four, it's incredible to have four that have that chance. And they realize it's life-changing. And I mentioned earlier about the 100 pounds being lifted off Scott Canterbury's shoulders this morning, getting those three fish in the boat. And it means so much. And we're going to have ourselves a shootout the rest of the day today and certainly tomorrow.
There he is.
We talked about Stetson Blalock fishing his way. He's got to fish his way to the top today in order to stay in this race here. This was moments ago.
Oh, stay on there, fish. Big one. Real big one. Oh. Come here. He's hooked sideways in all kinds of ways. That's a tank, son. That is a certified St. Clair football.
Wow.
Huh? Yeah, that'll help. Look how he ate that thing. Would you look at that? Whoo! This one may be sitting right around the 5 pound mark. We're about to find out. Get that hook away from him. Oh, Norm don't want to let him go. Yeah. God, that is a stud. I'm talking about sure enough stud.
Beautiful fish.
That's a solid 5 right there. We finna catch us a bag o' bass today. I don't even know where to start.
So we knew it was going to happen the way he started this morning and the way we saw him catch them all day long yesterday. But here, if we can get a shot of that again a little later, that bait in that fish's mouth, I want to talk about that a little bit because I think we can all learn something about crankbait fishing on Lake St. Clair. Excellent. If we can get a look at that a little later.
I bet we can do that.
He's calling
about
out
45 pounds, not even halfway through this tournament. That is,
and I can't overemphasize that Stetson Blalock absolutely has to be doing what he's doing to have a chance to win Angler of the Year. He has to be a top 3. Or he has no chance, in my opinion, and he is doing it. When you demand a top 3 to have a chance, that's a tall order, and he's doing it.
Okay. That's incredible.
Update, started where I caught them yesterday. Didn't figure they'd be there. I was correct, they weren't. Just kind of moving around the lake now, kind of biting my time. I got one really good area I'm kind of trying to let get right before I go there. And we're just on Bell River Hump right now, trying to find us a few. There's definitely some good fish here, but I don't know, we stopped out on the end of it, filled out our limit with a bunch of 2-pounders. Not really the ones we need, but at least we got 5 in the boat anyways, and now we're just out hunting on some stuff that looks right to me to catch them. but kind of just biting my time. I think probably noon, 1 o'clock, I'm gonna try to get on my good stuff. And if it's going down there, it won't take long. It'll be a 5-cast situation. Time to switch. So originally it was supposed to be southeast this morning, and it was still blowing northeast when we took off. So it looks like it's spinning around right now, but I'm gonna give that place a couple hours to clear up, and then we'll go down there and hopefully they're there.
So yesterday, Seth Fighter, our tournament leader with almost 27 pounds, 5 fish, and
26 pounds, 12 ounces.
when you're talking about 26, 12, 5 fish, smallmouth, that's just absolutely incredible. And look at that fish in his right hand. 6 pound, 12 ounce, just gorgeous. And I must say, Zona's on site there. That is a Lake St. Clair slonch right there.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. Seth Fighter, talking to him last night, said he caught all of those fish on what everyone that's ever been to Lake St. Clair knows is a community hole, and pulled up there hoping to catch a few keepers and throwing a Rapala DT10, caught the 26 pounds in just a matter of minutes.
Well-known buoy where he did it yesterday. You said didn't waste time there today, not much, just a couple of casts, and sort of this is an intermediate spot, which we've seen play before in the outcome, this general area, the Bell River hump.
It is, and it was interesting. We heard Clark Wendlandt about an hour ago when we were talking to him, doing much better today. The area that he did best in practice got dirty yesterday with the wind, and it had already cleared up this morning. Seth Fighter was just saying, I've got to give the place that I have most confidence in a couple more hours, and hopefully it clears up, and I really think I can do well there. But that wind blowing, changing direction from the direction it was blowing in practice yesterday, certainly changed a lot for these offshore fishermen. If they weren't miles offshore, if they were just within a half mile or so, Chris Zaldane, you see, he's technically been offshore most of the tournament, but not, quarter of a mile, maybe a half mile off, and just, a few hours of wind can certainly dirty things up. Chris Zaldane is hooked up.
First time I came to this place, St. Clair, I fished this spot, this exact spot right here. So I'm a little paranoid right now because I came here in 2012 in an Elite Series tournament. This exact spot, I caught a fish like this that was swimming out to the river channel, and a muskie came up and just T-boned it. And I'm sitting there with a fish on the line and a muskie trying to steal it from me. So now I'm watching for muskie right here on this spot. It's not huge, but it's a good one. I mean, it'll help. Just a river fish, not big. That's the little guy. Just number 2 on a 2 for 2 pounds on a spark shad. Just put a few in the live well.
I got a tough enough field to fish against here. You got to fish against the muskie too, and there's some big ones in here for sure.
Oh.
I've had that happen. Last time we were there,
I let it fall.
I had
Might have been grass.
A 2-pounder on close to the boat, and a muskie came and got it off the end of my line. That's why you should only catch 4 to 6 pounders in it.
Yeah,
muskies don't.
It's the
bother
recommended
them.
size for catching, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about the muskies as much.
I saw a really big one here the other day. It was big and just dark, real black colored. Like it's been there all summer, just lives for sun.
On a shryock with a small one on.
In the boat.
Quickest way to get on.
See those
Just
points
caught number
tightening up
2
there.
here. This is just a river spot that I saw a bunch in practice before I head out into the middle of the lake searching for those 4+ pounders. I just want to put a few in the live well. So I got a little 3/16 ounce ball head with a 3-inch spark shad. Kind of bombing it down this it's a sand flat with a little bit of patchy grass, heavy current. I saw a giant here the other day, big old black sucker, probably 5 pounds. If I could connect with that one or her twin sister, that'd be cool. Yeah, the Great Lakes have, they've had flooding here. It's crazy because that's a natural occurrence on the Great Lakes. It's not like someone shut the dam off or let water out from above. It's just natural rain and snow melt. So normally these flats, I fish these flats every year in this river. I mean, normally we're sitting in, 2 feet of water. Now it's 3 to 4, which is good. I think the fish like it. But whenever you have that just nice turquoise sand mixed with a little bit of grass like we have right here and a little bit of current, and that's just an awesome spot for smallmouth to hang out, migrate, stop, feed. It's real dark still, but I should be able to sight fish a few.
That simple 2-pounder from Zaldane took him just below Canterbury's mark and put him above him by a couple spots. Canterbury would still have the AOY lead, but just less than 6 points now or so. 6 points.
Push Canterbury back to 19th, though.
I'm just moving ahead, and I can see just a little ripple on the water, which means there's like a grass patch right there that pushes water upwards, creates that ripple. And then if it's, if that grass line's pushing water upwards, that means it's blocking current, which means it's a good little spot for one to sit in.
A little more light than we've seen so far in this event.
There is. You wonder if there's going to be.
It's liable to get wild.
Just as that sun started coming out, I love Stetson saying it's liable to get wild. New quote of the day.
Liable to get wild.
Sprinkles are for winners. I like that quote from him earlier.
He's got Canterbury throwing a crankbait a little more today. Ooh,
look out.
That is a giant. If I can keep him on there, he's a jumping one.
Coming to the boat awful quick. It's fixing to get very interesting now.
It's liable to get.
Wow.
Wow.
Not get as big as I'm putting
Look
it
at
out
it.
to be.
I knew.
Yep.
I don't think he is. Oh, come on. He wasn't. I saw him right there. He was just fighting hard. That is so fun. You ain't gonna land them all, that's for sure, but that one was probably, the way he looked, he was probably 3 3/4, maybe close to 4, but I'm talking about freight train, steamrolled it. He was hooked better till he jumped right there. And then when he jumped, I could feel that bait doing that in his mouth when he was shaking. I thought that was a sure enough big one when I hooked it out there. It's gonna happen though.
Well, it already has.
Yeah.
Multiple times today.
Yeah.
I think Stetson Blalock has every reason to be optimistic about it keeping up. He just said, you know, one drift is not the same as another. You get on the right one. It's when the bell starts ringing.
Yep, and you know, we talked about that. Zona hit on it yesterday morning, the first time we talked to him. It's not your typical, throughout most of the country, when you're fishing crankbaits, those baits are hitting the bottom or hitting the cover that you're fishing, the grass or whatever it may be. The thing here on St. Clair with these smallmouth, they like to feed up this time of year, and that's what makes this crankbait so effective. And that fish, the last good one that we saw Stetson catch, if you paid attention to the way that bait was in that fish's mouth, it was sideways with hooks down. So that fish had to come from below, feeding up for that bait to be positioned in his mouth like that.
Something's gonna change. It's either gonna get really good or really weird.
And I mentioned there's a lot of guys throwing a crankbait. Scott Canterbury is right now.
They're gonna bite better, especially if this chop picks up or keeps going.
Here's your TH Marine weather watch for you right now.
And they were calling for 5 to 10, so it should keep chopping along all day.
Well, it's not much off of what we've got there. 9 to 12 at some point today. I don't think we're near 12 right now, but I'd say it couldn't happen within the next hour or so. High of 86, a little warmer today.
Much warmer.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, that is tomorrow. That is the outlook for tomorrow. When I learn to read, I feel like I'm going to be dangerous out here.
Last cast right here, Jake, and I'm going to have to pop it up and move up a couple 100 yards.
Stetson, another fish on, but will not help him.
Little one.
So the big key with the cranking is to find, obviously, an area of the lake where there's some fish. Chris Zaldane's hooked up on. With only 2 fish in a live well, it's going to help him. no matter what size, as long as it's a keeper.
Uh-oh. Sucker jumped 3 feet in the air. It's a nice one. Gosh, I hate when they change directions like that. Look how clear that water is in the St. Clair River. Oh, shoot. I can see the jig head. No, no, no. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, no. Yes. I know. Nice. 2.5. Spark shad.
Third fish in the boat for Chris this morning.
Almost 3-pounder. Ooh, that slancha over there. Whew. Gosh, she's big. Put a little G juice up in there. Keep them happy. Yeah, it's just live well treatment. It I guess it helps with pH levels and so forth. Keepfishalive.com. I really can't tell you scientifically what it does, but it calms them, it makes them happy. Okay, that's 3. That's my goal, is just to come up here and, you know, yeah, just put 5 in the boat or as many as possible, and then get out there on the big lake. Almost pulled up that trolling motor. I said last cast. Yesterday I was like 5 minutes. Okay, last cast. Catch a big one. That's a decent one. I saw some bigger ones in here.
Mike Huff just filled his limit, knocking Canterbury back to 20th. Zaldane's fish could get him in the top 12 right now.
I was thinking he'd be bumping on the top 12, getting basically back to where he started today,
Yeah,
which
11.
is the first order of business, of course.
Well, we're still with only 3 fish, Canterbury and now Chris Zaldane, but it puts him about 8-9 points in the lead, I would assume. Back and forth.
Back and forth, and there will be more of that to come. You can just about bet on that. What a great place, this incredible fishery. Lake St. Clair to decide the very important Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year trophy, and there's Scott Canterbury with a single-point lead over Stetson Blalock, the streaking Stetson Blalock today, and you saw Chris Zaldane just put number 3 in the live well. Fishing in the river right now. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Let's go. Wake the streets up. Wake the streets up. Come on.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it!
Do things. Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Okay, we got the points race to settle here. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. We got the tournament within the tournament, which is very, very lively right now. And we've also got, and it's pretty much settled now, Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. In fact, when Drew Cook caught a fish yesterday, that pretty much nailed that one down right there. As Lee Livesey said a couple of weeks ago, hey man, I'm just fishing for second place. And right now he's holding that down versus Patrick Walters, Luke Palmer, Mike Huff, all this outstanding field of rookies showing up here to fish very, very hard. Very, very hard to finish up a great start to their Bassmaster Elite Series career. And there's our winner. And when this one was put on the scales, that did it for Drew Cook right there, the really amazing rookie from North Florida, Tallahassee area, who came out here and absolutely big-time contender for Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year almost till the very end of the season.
Up until day 3 on the next to last event there at 10 Killer. And he reaped the benefits of having such a great year, only needing that one fish to solidify his Rookie of the Year and the $10,000 from Dick's Sporting Goods.
I don't know if we could have stood another race like we got going in AOI with the Rookie of the Year too, but congratulations. Well done, Drew Cook. Absolutely.
He's going to get another big paycheck from his AOI payout. He's 7th right now. That's $29,000 plus the $10,000 from Dick's Sporting Goods for winning Rookie.
Got my Ultrex on about 80% power. I'm burning up these flats here. Just bombing a 3/16 spark shad. It's just like, it's just fall fishing on any of your lakes. You know, you grab a spinnerbait, you grab a crankbait or a trap, and you just cover water targeting flats. And we're doing the same thing here. There's a nice little current seam right there, and there's a grass line that breaks that current up, and they hang out right on the back side of the grass line and hang out right here in these little sand flats, sand holes. But when you get those little ripples and current breaks and seams, I mean, that's the deal. They love, I mean, I could see it here visually now, and I've got a waypoint right on it, which means there's a bunch of fish around. I think I saw, half a dozen fish or so up here in this current seam. So even though they're not spawning, or although it's not April, May, June when they're up there shallow, I mean, this time of year, all through summer, I mean, you could, as long as there's cool current, they're up there shallow. So you got to keep your eyes peeled. I saw one big giant black one up here somewhere. I need it to bite. Can't see that good because it's still kind of cloudy out.
A little unusual to see. All season it seems like we've seen Chris Zaldane fish deeper, fish offshore and targeting the smallmouth offshore, and here we are with so many of these other anglers offshore crankbaits and fishing deeper, and Chris Zaldane up on the flats this morning.
Maybe he just has to be contrary to everybody.
Yes.
You certainly can't argue with the results.
No, you certainly
throughout
can't.
the course of the year. Hunter Shryock, one moment he's in Canada, 1 minute.
What a difference, though, man. Lake 10 Killer just last week we're at Lake 10 Killer.
I don't know what it is. Be big.
That one that bit, missed it. Be a bass. I don't know if it's a bass. I don't know. Started to come up like one though. It's a bass. It's a big one. It's a good one. It's a big one. Not tired yet though. Three. Gosh, about time they woke up, huh? It wasn't going anywhere. Broke the hook off any. Five. Let the fizz her.
Our Shryock from Ohio, about a place called Newcomerstown, about an hour and a half south of Cleveland. So you know he's got some Lake Erie experience on his resume, to be sure. These anglers not able to fish Lake Erie this time around. They can only go as far as the Ambassador Bridge down the Detroit River. Lake Erie is not part of the mix in this one. And while Hunter Shryock was boating that fish, this was Shane LeHue moments ago.
Nice fish.
I hate doing it as much as anybody, but you see how much better shape they are.
See him get that one. We saw him have some bad luck earlier and lost one beside the boat.
What is actually happening when they belly up like that? It's you know what's happening?
There. Oh man, nice one to finish out your limit with.
Blows up and it presses against
even
their heart.
Bigger there
and all their
than
organs,
I thought he was.
So their heart can't pump. Yeah. So yeah, and I didn't either.
We'll take Shane LeHue into the top six.
He's hooked up again.
Maybe.
Just caught a good one.
Oh shoot.
Be a bass. Oh, shoot. That was quick, wasn't it? I don't know if it's a bass. It is, it's a dang big one. It's a bass. It's a bass. Stay out of that grass. We do not need that. Not cool. We're good over here. Get away from that. Grass slick. Stay away from that troll motor. Come here. Come here. Come on, girl. Oh no. Yes. Yes. I've got hooked in the schnauzer on top of the nose. Oh, sometimes it's just meant to be. It hooked him over top of the lip. That's a good one.
Just a few minutes ago, saw him land his 5th fish, and that's certainly an upgrade there within just a few minutes. Number 5, number 6, it'll definitely cull him up a pound or so.
It's a pretty good call right there. Bye, bud.
Correction, 2-pound cull.
Yeah, yeah, closer to that.
That is her too. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5.
I did that so many times. Just after you release one, you count.
There we go.
Yeah. You have 5.
Yeah. That's
good time to check.
Yeah, after we shut the barn door, let's see how many horses are left in here.
Exactly. He's going to fizz.
So you got to figure he's a little deeper than most.
Yep.
Here on this Lake St. Clair, which is only an average depth of 11 feet. So, boy, a lot of shallow flats.
It could be why he's using a drop shot instead of the crankbait. He might be out there a little deeper than we see in the guys fish with the crankbaits.
Have we seen a spinnerbait yet?
I don't think we have.
That's kind of odd.
It is. Chatterbait. Zaldane caught one on
pretty
chatterbait
close
this morning, but no, and that's unusual. Might be the first time We've been to St. Clair without seeing.
That's what people want, that feeling of a big old smallmouth hammer and that spinnerbait. That's why
awesome.
They come from the world over to fish St. Clair.
Nothing like it. Nothing like it. Try to rip it out of your hand. Hunter doing a good job here.
Yeah.
Fish care.
They all get their continuing education in fizzing when they go to the St. Lawrence River.
Barb Elliott?
Yeah, Barb Elliott shows them, gets everybody back up to speed and refreshed and touched up on all that good stuff, which is very, very important.
There's Stetson.
Blalock again. Hunter's
It
prepared to
almost
re-rig.
gets boring when you ain't catching one, but it's part of this. I expected my day to be a whole lot more dead than and just get 6 or 7 bites. This morning's just been phenomenal. We're gonna stay patient with them and keep making drifts, and we'll slide into another big one or two before it's over, hopefully. I feel like our chances are good anyway.
Stetson Blalock, when he left this morning, talking to us, said he would hope to have 20, but was going to shoot for 22. He is there.
Oh, he is there. He may have 23.
Yep.
Very, very easily.
Not big, but he'll call.
There's a fighter.
Dropping on him in 10 feet. Yeah, I just got around top of the boulder and dropped down. Smallmouth will love boulders. He's not big, but I'm gonna grab him anyways. Oh, in and out beak job.
Fighter's got 5 currently before this one, averaging about that side 2 pounds, a little more than that.
Chad Pipkins with the second biggest bag. He just filled his limit, 19 and a half. He jumped to 15th and knocked Scott Canterbury back one more to 21st.
Well, Chad Pipkins is going to make a showing here sooner or later. Looks like it's today.
Absolutely. That fighter had to 26 pounds yesterday. It's 26-12, leading the way.
Almost 27.
Not the size he had yesterday, but talking to him earlier, he said he needed to wait for the wind to calm a little more, wait a few hours to go to his best area.
We're going to take our customary break here in just a few moments. For 1 hour, we'll be back at 12 Eastern, all the way to 3 p.m., taking it close to the weigh-in at 3:10. We do have Facebook Live. You can look forward to that. 11:45 a.m., Such and Ronnie will get us up to date. Everything that has transpired. You can watch the live mix all the way through the break as well. It continues, and it's always an option to complete your viewing experience here with the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship. We'll take our break, and we'll be back with more Bassmaster Live.
Football.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Hey, we are up and ready to go. We are past the halfway point already. Can you believe it? In our end of the year championship, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. I wouldn't say we're halfway to being decided on who it is yet, Davey Height, but man, oh man, if it's exciting this afternoon as it has been this morning, we're in for a great time, a wild ride, I should say. Scott Canterbury has regained the lead, but just by a bit over Stetson Blalock. Stetson Blalock knew he had a job to do today, and that's stay right there at the top or just barely under the top, and he has done a fantastic job of that. Chris Zaldane hanging in there right behind. He's a little bit slower, but he's got room to grow. He can improve his lot by the end of today. That is for certain as well. The rest of them, including Corey Johnston and some others we haven't heard from yet, going to affect not only their fortunes, but could affect the fortunes of the fellows we just mentioned right there, Davey.
No doubt about it, Tommy. It all depends on how many people are between Scott Canterbury, Chris Zaldane, Stetson Blalock.
All right, well, let's get going with our Toyota Midday Report and start with our leader, Scott Canterbury.
Well, very, very good for Scott. Today was a different day than yesterday for him. He did not put his first keeper in the boat yesterday until about 11 a.m., leading Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year in the championship, the final event. Not what you want, but this morning a lot better. Scott Canterbury came right out of the gates this morning, put that first fish in the boat with a crankbait, and then he went to a tube and a drop shot a little bit, but primarily a tube has been what we've seen him fishing with most. And this was his third fish of the day this morning. Caught those three very early on and put himself in a commanding lead at the moment. And here's the third fish. But the first fish was on a crankbait, the next two on a tube, and he got that done early. Great starting spot for him. Had a little electronics issue yesterday morning because of the rough waves and the rough water, but did not have those issues this morning. Got off to a great start, and I'm going to say it again, I mentioned it a few times earlier, had to take a 100-pound load off of his shoulders.
Yeah,
here in this event.
Absolutely, and a great job. You credit him with doing a great comeback yesterday. It could have been much worse for him. Let's take a look at Derek Hudnall, last man in, 42nd place as we started today for a qualification for the 2020 Geico Bassmaster Classic. So he's a guy who is very much fishing for something very important. He would be doing something remarkable too if he could do this, one of the few to ever do it and not have gotten the full 9 tournaments in. He only got to finish 8 tournaments.
Exactly. Missed out on any points for one tournament. Had a great practice and a great day yesterday.
Chris Zaldane, of course, he's in the stalking position right now behind Scott Canterbury and started right outside the top 10 today. So he has, as we say, got room to grow as well and started his day off fantastic.
Yeah, a little slower start, but when he did get this first bite, this first good fish, a solid 5-pounder. Yesterday he had several good ones on the shallow flat just outside the mouth of the St. Clair River. This morning was much slower for him. He just had that one good one. Then he moved just barely up inside the river and started fishing some of those flats with a small swim bait and was able to put several good solid keepers in the boat. But he's going to need some of those 4 and maybe even another 5-pounder, but a couple 4s would help him tremendously. There again, starting this event, he was 9 points behind Scott Canterbury, so he has to finish at least 9 places above Scott Canterbury.
Yeah, he's stuck on 3 fish in the live well right now, so plenty of work left to be done for Chris Zaldane. Brandon Lester, right where we left him yesterday, also in the St. Clair River.
In the St. Clair River, but this fish, an absolute giant. Look at that smallmouth, just absolutely gorgeous. Brandon Lester started where he caught 3 of his best fish yesterday, offshore in the river, and didn't have any success there. Said probably was a timing deal. I'll check it a little later in the day. So he went up shallow and caught that true giant there. I mean, the more I look at that fish is pushing 6 pounds. It's got to be close to it.
That's a perfect example, too. Just a beautiful, beautiful fish there for Brandon Lester. Shane LeHue having a great tournament here. And after a little early trouble, lost a good one. He kind of got it going in the right direction again.
He did. Shane LeHue, very similar to Stetson Blalock, fishing offshore, fishing a crankbait primarily. Had that good one we saw earlier, like you mentioned, Tommy, that he had some misfortune there and lost. But Stetson Blalock been catching fish on a regular basis. Shane LeHue said, hey, it goes in flurries. I'll go for an hour or so without catching anything, and then when I get around a few, I can catch 2, 3 at a time in one certain area. He said yesterday afternoon, in the last hour, he caught 6 or 7 good quality smallmouth offshore. So a little sporadic, but Shane LaHue certainly having a great tournament. Have not seen him with anything else in his hand other than this crankbait and this cranking rod. No soft plastics, hasn't been mixing it up at all. He's really, swinging for the fence, so to speak, Shane LaHue.
And what we just take a look at something. This is it just moments ago with Shane LaHue. So another upgrade right there.
Like I mentioned, mixing it up a little bit with a drop shot, Tommy. Yeah. That one just moments ago.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Absolutely.
Shane LaHue. Paul Mueller. We've not been able to see a whole lot of Paul Mueller today, but he's having a great tournament.
Well, it does not surprise you see Paul Mueller fishing vertically right under the boat, using his electronics. He's one of the best in the business with that, likes to do it. We saw him earlier in the year, Lake Lanier, just masterful with his electronics. He's one of the best in the business at fishing offshore using his electronics, without a doubt.
Shryock out there fishing vertically as well, a little deeper maybe we think, Davey.
Yeah, he is, and you had a good eye for that, Tommy, fizzing some fish that we aren't seeing these guys fishing the crankbaits are having to do. Hunter Shryock is fishing a little deeper, I certainly agree, and using a drop shot. Had a good day yesterday with 21 pounds. A little slower on the big fish. He's caught some numbers this morning, but he needs to upgrade with, some of those 3-pound fish he needs to replace with some 4s and maybe even a 5-pounder to stay up there. Having a good solid tournament though, no doubt about it. And here's a great thing about Hunter and several other fishermen. When we've been with them, you don't see another boat in sight anywhere around them. Not another elite competitor, not locals. I guess that's one of the benefits of it being a Monday.
yeah, that's right.
And the wind blowing, that keeps the numbers down a little bit. But great fishing, really tough out there yesterday with the waves. Just enough wind today to mix it up a little bit, but certainly these anglers can get around a lot better. But we heard several of the anglers talk about how the wind had stained the water, made the water dirty in those areas, and it really adversely affected the bite. Clark Wendell was one in particular that said this water clear up and the thing's going to get a lot better for me.
How about Seth Fighter, almost 27 pounds yesterday to lead the way in this tournament within the tournament?
Well, it was so amazing. I look forward to calling anglers at night that have had the great days and just hearing their stories. And Seth Fighter's like, I stopped on this place, which is a local spot, no doubt about it, a community hole. And he said, I stopped there, threw a DT10 out, and just about 30 minutes later, you see him there with a crankbait fish. About 30 minutes later, I had a 612 for my big one and almost 27 pounds of smallmouth. I mean, that's the days that you dream of, no doubt about it. And Seth Fighter's, this is not new for him to be leading an AOI championship. He did that just a few years ago at Lake Mille Lacs.
Certainly not getting the sort of weight in the boat today that he did yesterday, but he had a lot of time yet to go for Seth. He's got 5 for just under 14 pounds today, so it's a little bit below. But boy, the show put on this morning by Stetson Blalock. You talk about another day he will never forget.
Yeah, this Stetson Blalock, we had him on live yesterday some, but this morning, thank goodness we had a live camera with Stetson Blalock because he was getting it done the right size and very, very often this morning with the crankbait. Using a Norman crankbait, he said, I'm mixing it up with a little one and a bigger one. I'd say a medium-sized crankbait and then a bigger crankbait. But chartreuse crankbaits have been the ticket for Stetson. We saw him yesterday a little bit with a drop shot, and I still remember him putting the drop shot down and said, I cannot get bit on this. I'm throwing a crankbait. And good for him that he's all in with his crankbait because he is catching the right size along with the right numbers.
And the fact is he's got to do that. He started the day in second place in the tournament, meaning he had no room to go up, only room to fall down, and lots of guys below him with a chance to move up, including Zaldane, including Canterbury. And he said it, man, I got to catch him today. I've got to stay on top.
Yep, absolutely. And he's had a great year with a first and a second place finish about mid-season there. Just a phenomenal year and top 5 AOI, but knowing going in this event, I've got to finish top 3 to have any chance to win Toyota Angler of the Year, and he's doing it. He's doing it, and like you said, we're a little past halfway with only 3 days in this event, and he's got a great and win, lose, or draw. If he stays in the top 2 or 3 or wins this event, if he does not win a Toyota Angler of the Year, hey, that's all you can do. You go shake the winner's hand.
Absolutely, because he has done. I mean, that's the kind of stories you like to follow in this tournament right here. Sometimes it's a foregone conclusion, but boy, this is going to be a hard-fought horse race, possibly till the very last cast.
Interesting looking at Hummingbird Lay of the Lake. Scott Canterbury A lot farther down close to the Detroit River than we saw him at any time yesterday. Here with Stetson Blalock live.
We are live. Just caught another 4-pounder that didn't help, or it helped, but it was just the same size as another one. It's always fun when 4-pounders just barely help you. I need to run into another one of those great big ones. I know they're out here. Kind of in on this shallower drift here. It's just a little line that I've caught one on every pass down through here. The same little line. Figured I'd give it another chance here. Just a little short one. One coming at it. One coming at it. Golly. Came right up to it. I'm talking about right straight to it.
Let's bring in Mark Zona, who
like a big one on live.
Right out there with Stetson Blalock there. And Z, I don't know how much you saw of what went on this morning, but it was pretty magnificent. How long can he keep this torrid pace?
Well, the great thing, Tommy, is the area that he's in. You know, we talked about, kind of figuring out how big the school that you're on is. Stetson said it's literally just under a mile-long area. And really, for a lot of you that know St. Clair real well, basically, that blue wall up there, that seawall along the mile roads, that's a historic wall that a lot of anglers know about, early in the year, in the springtime. And what's interesting is predominantly the later tournaments we have, the core is always out deeper. It's in that, that 16 to 19 foot zone. And here's what's amazing is Stetson's in here alone. I mean, I think there's one angler about 3/4 of a mile north of here. Drew Benton, Drew Cook are about a mile east of here, and he has it all to himself. Now, I will tell you guys, a fan came up and took a picture and decided he wanted to get a little taste of this and just started fishing here. But that goes on at St. Clair. It's almost like that can happen. But here, real quick, guys, I'm gonna tell you, we had a true hummingbird lay of the lake. We started up in the St. Clair River, went to the Bell River hump.
Wow.
Looking for Corey Johnston. He had just left, went all the way into Mitchell's Bay. Then we went to the mouth of the Detroit River and made our way back here. So we've done literally the entire full circle of this lake. And here's one thing. I know you guys made the comment that we saw Canterbury heading towards the mouth of the Detroit River. It is complete dirt. It is dirt for about 2 miles east of the mouth of that river. So I'll be honest with you, Seth that was one of his big game plans to fish the mouth today, and it's chocolate milk. Where you see guys that are catching, especially where Stetson's at, it's that perfect St. Clair chalk. It's not gin clear. It's just got a little bit of that chalk color, and that's always when you see that crankbait really play.
So Z, do you have an idea how long it'll take that water to clear up down there? Because we heard not only Seth, but a few guys talking about a Clark Windlet, talking about the water needs to clear like it was in practice because they really had great practices.
Davey, you know this as well as anybody on this lake. Generally, if the winds shift to the south, which they were supposed to do, and I can promise you one thing. It's very calm right here. It is still cobbing pretty good down there in the southwest corner of the lake. But generally, if you get that shift that blows offshore, it clears within literally a few hours. But we were there literally 1 hour ago, and you could not see down. You couldn't see down 15 inches. But hey, we've also seen times where they really bite in that color water on this lake.
Z, you talk about this magic mile that Stetson Blalock is working right here. Did he accidentally find this place? It seems to be a lot closer in, as you say, to the mile roads than the usual.
You know, he said it's an area that he's fished in the past. It's not one of those areas that has a lot of cabbage. It's a really, Davey, I think you and I've dragged a few in this area back in the day.
Absolutely.
I mean, you have 9 Mile Tower right there, and really what's amazing to me, and Stetson made this comment, he said, you know, usually you catch them east of here, you know, about a mile when you get in that perfect mix of cabbage and grass where it blends with the sand. It's very, very featureless in here. It's almost all sand. But Stetson made the comment, and I thought this was amazing because I checked that area out there about a month ago, and it was barren. And Stetson made the comment, he thought the high water has pushed a lot of those fish in here, and not only that, all the pressure that you get south of Metro, he feels probably has forced some fish down this way too. But it is very rare to, number one, to see somebody fish in this area this time of year, and the other side is it's very rare to see somebody doing this that has it all to himself.
Chris Zaldane mentioned the high water also as part of what's moving these fish around a little bit out there. How do you think we're sort of locked on Blalock this day because of what he's done? Is that replenishing what he's got there, or you think that's possible because he could have cleaned that place out?
Oh, no, Garen, you know what? I think the one thing that amazed me the most is he said 4 of the 5 that he weighed in yesterday, he caught out near the shipping channel, a little bit deeper, Tommy, a little, you know, talking probably more 16 to 18 feet, the usual depth where we see a lot of guys cranking. This area is not going to, I mean, you guys got to see. Here's what I felt like, what you guys got to experience on Bassmaster Live. I finally looked at camera gal Ashley and said, we need to get to that party that we've not been invited to. Because here's what I can tell you. The South Shore was dead. Guys were catching them, but it was very sporadic. It was very random. And what was surprising is, like where Chad Grigsby won the FLW last year, there was more 4 to 5 pounders in that section of the South Shore for about a month and a half. This year, it's you catch a 2.5 pounder, you catch a 12-incher, and then boom, you'll catch a 5 pounder. The fish are very mixed down there, and not only that, they're moving a lot. Corey Johnston said, and we talked about this yesterday, that he had one area down there that he saw 27 to 29 pounds. And I think he only fished there this morning, guys, for about 45 minutes and totally bailed and went as far east on this lake as you could go.
Z, we appreciate that you and Ashley taking one for the team, making the Circle Line tour of St. Clair today. We now know a lot of stuff that we weren't able to see so far. So that's been a great visit with Mark Zona right there and giving us a little insight into what's going on with Stetson.
Just all that running around. Keep your eye on the gas gauge, Zona. Just keep your eyes on the gas gauge.
Yeah, and fill the tank yourself, right?
That's right.
Make sure you do that, for sure.
But I'll take some 4 pounders right now, Wes.
Seth Fighter.
There he is. Big one, too. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on, baby. He didn't look that big when he came up, but dang, he's got some magnum head shakes. Stay on. Oh yeah, big one. Yep. Looked like he had the plug pretty good. Oh. Stay on, baby. The joys of crankbait fishing. They bite the hell out of it, and then you're doing this. I wish they'd all just bite a jig on straight braid. And just manhandle them. Come on, baby. That's a big one. That's a 4-pounder. We need him. We need him. Stay on. Stay on. He got it good. He's got it good. No reason for me to lose him. Gotcha. Not quite a 4, but we'll take him. Oop. It's alright, I think there's more there. I'm not even up to my waypoint and I caught him, so. And the water looks good here. I can see there being a wad, big wad here.
It's always good for us to hear.
Yeah.
Not even to his waypoint yet and catching them.
All Muellers.
I do want to come off in a million years.
Thoroughly engaged as well.
Mark a waypoint on that. Saw that one down there on the live scope. That live scope Panoptics it's unbelievable. I mean, I literally just kind of moved out of an area, starting to scan, starting to see a couple fish. Troll right up to that one. He wasn't boat shy, thankfully. And dropped it right on him, 8. These fish are so powerful, man. You talk about a fun place to fish, but a very nerve-wracking place to fish a tournament. When you know these are so valuable, these fish. But boy, what an awesome place to fish. I mean, this lake is an incredible fishery, man. And it really is. It's one of the most special fisheries that we fish. These fish are just angry, man. He ain't even close to being tired yet. That's a big brownie. Just be tired, would you? Oh my gosh, look at that one. Oh my gosh. I gotta play that one out. That's a giant.
Just got a little peek at it there, Tommy. It was definitely a big one here. We hear it's a giant quite often, but that really did look like a huge smallmouth.
That's a giant. Oh, thank you, Lord. How about that grouper? Look at the size of that fish. Oh my gosh.
He weighs them, doesn't he, Ronnie?
Goodness.
Doesn't he usually weigh his fish? Curious to see how much.
Most of the time, yes.
That's a big one.
Let's see what that one weighs. Oh my gosh. That's 5.5.
Wow.
That's the right kind.
That's a
Thank you,
beautiful
Lord.
fish.
And put him in on this
Beautiful
side.
fish.
And then,
Unless that was just one random one I caught, but I
this is
doubt
the
it.
smallest.
Seth's like, that's a little one. I caught a 612 yesterday. 5.5.
Paul's going to net a 2.5 at least off of this one, it looks like.
Wow. It's a serious cull in a smallmouth tournament.
There he is, big one.
Oh, man.
Oh, big one, Wes.
Wow.
Freaking big one. Here we go, boys. This is the kind right here. Coming back, coming back, coming back. Stay on. Freaking stay on, baby. This is a good one. This is the kind, we need 5 of these. So we'll start with 1, hopefully. Just pray she don't come off. Oh, big black one. Stay on, baby. Come here. Freaking big one, dude. God, it's like a 5-pounder. Come here. Oh, she got it good. Freaking choked it, dude. Oh. Yeah! Let's go, Wes. Let's go. Give it to me. Llamas. Choking it. Freaking gutted it. There's a 5-er. There's a 5-er.
Sure glad we have got Seth Fighter. Good service right now after the day he had yesterday. And
oh my gosh, yeah.
2 big ones in the last 10 minutes.
Oh, oh, freaking Magnum.
That looks almost the size of the one Paul Mueller just caught. I mean, how?
No, yes, Fighter Mueller back to back,
Back to back.
second and fourth in this tournament. Right now, how's it get any better than that?
Well, let's might as well watch Chris Zaldane catch a 5-pounder again.
That would just add to the enjoyment.
Oh, he's hooked up.
I think he was Wes.
See, all the good fishing spots are in cell service.
Holy
guys.
cow.
Yeah.
You are living right this afternoon or something, Tommy.
Total.
There's people fish their lifetimes and never catch a 5-pound smallmouth, and we see them back to back, and maybe here goes a third. Who knows?
Oh my gosh!
Don't do it. Haven't seen it yet. He is acting tough. What Jake said. Gosh, pulling. Still haven't seen it. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Come here. No, 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 no. Yes, sir. Whew. Number 4. A little swimmer, pegged. A 3-pounder. Nice long one. At the 3. Number 4, baby. There's more down there. There's more down there. Yes, sir. It's getting hot. Whew. 1 fish at a time.
2.5 for a 5.5.
So we just saw Paul Mueller, Seth Fighter, and Chris Zaldane catch a fish. And all 3 of those fish helped Stetson Blalock in his journey.
How about that?
Puts guys between him and Canterbury. That's pretty amazing.
That's the update.
Fighter's hooked up again.
They're freaking here, Wes. Oh, this feels good. The update is we made the move to my primary area and they biting. And they're big. Well, the wind was still blowing hard northeast. I knew this was going to be real muddy. We're in the southwest corner of the lake. Oh my God. Freaking 5-pounder, dude. Stay on. Looked like he got it really good, so as long as we don't break our string, good Lord willing, he should be ours. Yeah, he gutted it. Freaking 5-pounder, dude. Oh, come here. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah. Yeah. Frickin' magnums. And they're getting it, too. Frickin' getting it. It's going down, Wes. This is happening. 5-pounder. About to call it 288.
$488.
Puts us at 20 pounds with a lot of room to grow. We got 2 great big ones and 3.
So it's like back-to-back cast, 2-pound upgrades. He's at 20 and he's far from done.
They're here and they're taking it, so to speak. Yeah.
That'll give him the weight lead of the event and knock Stetson Blalock to second.
Oh, so the first 5-pounder helped Stetson.
Yeah,
that one knocked him back.
Right.
Second one, he took it back.
You're my friend, not so much anymore.
Not you, not really.
Derek Hudnall with his
that was
third
awesomely
fish.
bad.
Did Huddo catch a big one too?
He caught a 4-3, his third fish. He's up to 12th.
Fighter, next cast, locked up again.
Oh, no.
Wow. I could watch this all afternoon, Seth.
Yep.
Stay at it, buddy.
Stay on, baby. Another giant, Wes. So you got it good.
I did just notice a boat. Not
I know he's
all
not done yet.
terribly far from Seth just said.
Rush him too bad.
That's a good one, too.
Ah. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. Come here. Come here, dude. Yes. 4-pounder. How close you planning on coming?
Yeah, I noticed he was getting a lot closer.
Not a joke. I do. Look at him acting like he knew where this school was. Not yet. I will if you give me another 15 minutes. Pounder.
Wow.
That's great.
It's good stuff.
Unlike a lot of the fish we saw Sets and Blalock catching this morning with only one hook, the back hook just barely, and even though he put them in the boat, did a great job landing them, but
he did.
Most of these fish Seth are catching, well, all of them that we've seen him since he's got on his best spot, both hooks in their mouth. Really, really biting well.
Wow.
Well, he is on top of them, that is for sure. It's just.
I thought with all he had riding on the line, he was ready to throw the morals out the window. It's respectful there. I give him that. But we got a derby to win, Wes. That AOI is not my problem. There he is. Freaking giant, dude.
Every cast, 4 and 5 pound smallmouth.
Freaking giant, dude. Ain't even moved yet. Please be hooked good. I mean, a giant, Wes. This is freaking him, dude. Unless he's hooked weird. Unless he's hooked weird, this is freaking a giant, dude. Stay on. He did go. Come back, Wes. Come back. Dude, if this is a bass, which I'm assuming it is since it's in a school of bass, unless I got this thing hooked in the side or something, this is freaking him right here. Stay on.
I agree 100%.
This is some weight right here, dude.
Could have two.
Have two. Thought I saw a little head shake there, though, so maybe he's not hooked in the side.
Right.
I'd like to see how he got the plug. Like I don't know if I'm pulling on the side or if I'm pulling from his mouth or.
Oh, this fish is strong.
If he's got one hook or four, I don't know. But he's freaking big, I know that. Watch it come up, be a 2-pounder. And we can all have a good laugh.
I'll take bets that's not a 2-pounder.
It's definitely not a stick, I know that. He feels freaking magnum, so I'm just gonna assume it's like a 6. I think Zona's watching right now. Did you watch that football game last night, Wes? Not very good. I gotta make up for the Vikings. Oh, it's a freaking Kong, dude. Look at that thing. I got him in the top of the head, but it's freaking giant, dude. I mean, like, it's a 6-pounder, dude. Oh, stay on. That's why he's pulling so hard. It looked like he got more than one hook in his head. Oh, come on, baby. Get your big old butt up here. Look at that thing, Wes. Oh, don't do it. That's a freaking giant. Just stay on, baby. The joys of plugging. It's hard to really make headway with them too when they're hooked like that. Oh, come here.
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, look at that one, Wes. Look at that one, dude. Oh. He is beautiful. One in the head. Some KVD stuff right there. Freaking Magnum. Let's go. Llama! Not quite as big as I thought, but he's a nice one. Yeah, he is. 5-pounder. Going out of 3 1/4. The bag's getting fat. The bag is getting fat. Number 4. Where you at? Let's get rid of this little guy. You make that trade, Wes? Make that trade.
Wow.
Make that trade. That's a nice
this one.
And Zaldane hooked up. Man, it's just all falling into place here.
No, don't do that. No.
3 5-pounders in a. Well, he had 1 4-pounder mix. So 3 out of 4 were 5 plus.
15 pounds in 15 minutes.
Not huge.
This would be the limit fish for Chris Zaldane here. So everything this one is.
I think the catch rate is probably up today because the guys could fish comfortably. Oh gosh, there's another one down there with it. How many have I got? I got 4 in the box. I'm gonna put this 5th one in and drop. No, he ain't big. He's little. Just a little keeper. 2-pounder. So that's 3, 4. Gotta drop down there. Okay, that's the limit. He disappeared.
Oh, that's who I thought it might be. That's Canterbury, just outside of Seth Fighter. Watching him catching 5-pounders. Back to back to back.
Brandon Card has just passed Canterbury, moved him to 20th.
They're biting right over there, Wes.
That explains the comment, the AOY race is not my problem.
Exactly.
It's all fair in love and war, isn't it?
That's right. It's part of the game, folks.
Love, war, and tournament bass fishing.
It's so fun when you get around them. Huh. He got it good, too. Now they're begging. Looks like about a 4, I'd say. Maybe not quite. That might be my little guy. I think he's still going to call. Ooh, all the hooks pulled out. What happened there? He was hooked like amazing, and now he's like borderline not gonna get in the boat. Of course, he wants to start fighting now. I'm glad he's not giant, because I'm not liking the way he's hooked right now. It's not that big at all. I don't even know if he's gonna help. If he does, it ain't by much. Yeah.
One magic spot that has changed the complexion of our tournament on the lake here within a tournament. Also has ramifications in the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year race as well. Oh my word, the plot thickens out here on Lake St. Clair. We hate to break away from this at all, but we got to do it real quick and we'll be right back.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by
I don't think he's gonna help.
Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh. Here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang! We should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent feed. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original power bait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Dream big. Join B.A.S.S.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Thank you for joining us for Bassmaster Live. I got two good pieces of news for you. They're catching them and we're seeing them. It is going down out there. This is what we like to see out here, an on fire afternoon on Lake St. Clair. And when St. Clair is on fire, we get great tournaments, great races going on out there. Scott Canterbury, you see his 1-point lead over Chris Zaldane, 2 points ahead of Stetson Blalock, who has been on fire this morning. The tournament leader, Seth Fighter, down there in 6th place, absolutely lit him up in the last 40 minutes.
He has. Yesterday lit him up, but unfortunately we're not able to watch it, but we've been watching back-to-back 5-pounders. And hey, look at the race. First, second, and third, 1 point apart. I want to say you can't make that up, but you could, but we didn't.
No, we didn't.
They are that close. They are that close. It's absolutely incredible.
It is just what you want. Well, I tell you what we saw before we went to break, our first hour back from our midday break was this, wasn't it, Davey?
Oh, yes. There's no doubt about the power pole replay of the day, of the afternoon, could be of the whole tournament. I don't remember ever, Tommy, you correct me on this, you've done certainly more of these than I have, but back-to-back 5-pound smallmouth on Bassmaster Live ever?
No.
I mean, just absolutely incredible. Seth
Maybe
Fighter,
bouncing around you could get that.
Right.
But not one guy.
One guy. I mean, I mentioned some people go a lifetime and never catch 5-pound smallmouth. And Seth Fighter catching them every cast. You know, we were talking earlier, I mentioned how easy Stetson Blalock was making this look. Well, Seth Fighter just took it to a whole new level, and that's why he has to be our power pole replay of the day, catching these stud smallmouth. He even thought about his old friend Mark Zona, said, I hope he's watching, and I bet he is.
Our friend Michael from the truck just informed me he had 10 upgrades in 10 minutes.
Wow.
How about that?
And that's absolutely incredible.
An hour and 10 minutes, excuse me. No,
Okay.
yeah,
But,
10 minutes would be
you know, some of those were 2-pound upgrades, you know, a 5 for a 3, a 5 for a 3 1/4, that sort of thing. Just absolutely incredible. And this is, you know, last week, Carl Jockinson, I mentioned this is what you live for. Maybe not quite the moment for Seth Fighter that Carl had last week, but this is what you live for.
Yeah.
Catching 5-pounders on Bassmaster Live. Oh, and, you know, bait caster, probably 14-pound line or so, big crankbaits, big smallmouth. Seth Fighter, you are our power pole replay of the day.
See where he is down there. Let's get back to the other corner of St. Clair and on up into the river, St. Clair River. Get back with Brandon Lester. We spent a lot of time with Brandon Lester in this river yesterday. And show you something that just happened while we were away.
Big one. I hope that's a bass. I can't tell yet. Oh yeah, big smallmouth. Big smallmouth. Stay on there, girl. She ain't hooked good either. Yeah, she's hooked better than I thought. Come here, baby. Come here.
Ooh. Wait. It's going to rival that one he caught 2.5 hours.
Yes.
Wow. Look at the length on that
That's
fish.
a good one.
Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Dude, when I set the hook, it was just like stopped. God, what a pretty fish.
That fish not quite as filled out as some we've seen, but look at the length on that smallmouth.
Awesome. That's better than 4. Another one for the big side. Yes, sir.
Those two in the big side are impressive. I can tell you that. I remember that one from this morning.
Yeah. Over a 5-pounder.
Like it, yeah. Right on 5, I think. Oh, Mueller.
So, Seth caught 3 5-pounders. Mueller caught 1. That fish is probably not 5, but it's just incredible what we've seen in the last 45 minutes on Bassmaster Live.
Skinny.
Just incredible. Look at the size fish he's culling there.
Supposedly a 2-pounder. Looked like more than that, didn't it?
And here we go.
I saw that one on the live scope. That was so cool. He didn't follow the weight down. He actually saw the bait. I had a big one that followed the weight down, and then he just kind of never, he never went to the bait before about 10 minutes ago. That's a decent fish. Man, that is so cool. Too bad it ain't gonna be calm tomorrow, because I can just go over this flat and see him right on my live scope, man, and pitch that drop shot to him. And the ones that are hanging above the grass, they stick out like a sore thumb. The ones that are in the grass, you got to get a little closer to them, then you can see them. That's a good fish. Come over on this side.
Boy, that wind has really laid down for him this afternoon.
Yeah, he was talking about this. Maybe that has something to do with what we're seeing here. Of course, He's doing what he's doing. Of course, it does affect.
Well, it helps you with the electronics, and then also
They're just spread out.
Clears
more
the water. The water starts clearing up.
That wind and everything got them all clumped together yesterday. And I wouldn't say it was easy because it was hard to fish in that stuff, but it was predictable on the drift. Now today you just have to move around. But they're big. I mean, that's what I needed. 3 good bites. This would be the number 2, and then 1 more, and I'll have a good bag for the day. Like a real good bag. Just got to play them out. Take your time. Only can get you in trouble if you rush them.
Every time you pull up, they just disappear. Oh, you're all right. I'm good for the day.
And Paul Mueller started the day just 5 places up from final classic spot there, so this should really help the cause this day he's having.
Got to be tight.
Fighter's got another big one on. We're watching 2 boxes and both of them with big
Look at
ones.
all the stuff he's spitting up.
Unless I got him home funny. What's going on?
Oh my goodness.
That's another good one there. That helps the cause.
Not happening, commercial people.
He was hooked good. I was
Could've
afraid
done
that he
the
wasn't.
First 5 hours of the morning.
You see what he spit up? He spit up like 3 or 4. I wish I knew what that was. It looked like perch, maybe some kind of bait fish. That's the right kind right there. 4 and a quarter.
We're good to go for the day.
This place is awesome, man. That's all I gotta say. It's awesome.
Oh yeah. 5-pounder in the head.
All right, so it's gonna be one of those 2.
Stay on, baby. Oh, he might be bigger than 5. That's a great big one. Oh my God, he's huge, Wes.
It's a big fish. It's definitely 5
He
pounds.
is freaking huge.
I saw it the last time it jumped.
Let me get you. Come on, baby. Oh, freaking giant, dude.
Mouth on
Oh. We're done, Wes. We're done. Oh no. Could it. Yeah? What do you think about that, Wes? I like it. Freaking llama. A gosh dang llama, Wes. I'm going to call a 4 with a 5. Then we're going to drive back to the ramp.
That'd be interesting here with other anglers around him. Is he just going to leave it?
Is that real life? Oh no. Dang it. I freaking think it's this one, but I'm not sure.
Clip came off of it. Gonna double check here. That's smart.
Four-pounder. See ya. Love you. Buys. Yeah, we got close to 25 there, Wes. Not bad. Not bad. Like the mallard showed up. Why did they bite that?
It doesn't get any better than
No. There's just no.
We just watched him.
That's the ceiling.
Catch 25-pound limit of smallmouth live.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Second day in a row he's done it. So.
Yes, sir.
Thankfully, he invited us to the party today.
Yes, we got to see it today. That was fantastic. And all Mueller zooming up the leaderboard.
Seth Fighter just putting on a show, no doubt about it. Paul Mueller, we saw him catch 2 great ones, but it's hard to one up what we just saw Seth Fighter.
Oh my gosh, Brandon Lester. That would have been the starfish of the segment.
Oh,
in
yeah.
Most situations, but that was one of the most extraordinary hours of bass fishing we have ever seen. Weigh in at 3:30 today. We'll be back with more Bassmaster Live after this break.
Master Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
The amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You can fish it fast, you can fish it slow. It's the key bait to catch them once you find them.
It imitates everything those bass are keyed in on. One of the best tools we have as tournament anglers is something that can cover water. You know, being able to move through unproductive water to find those stretches of productive water is really, really important for us. So something that we can cast and retrieve back to the boat at a pretty steady to quick pace is something that is going to be a great tool for me. And there's really not much better tool out there on the market right now than a bladed jig.
This is the Terminator shuttering bait.
There is no other vibrating swim jig on the market that moves near the water that this bait does.
You know, there's a lot of different makers, a lot of different styles, but no one ever had one that I felt worked really good in the muddiest of water until I got my hands on these.
That cup design is very, very different. Most bladed jigs have a real thin metal blade. This is actually a plastic material, and having that cup is what makes it a lot different from everything else. It catches the water and actually moves the blade, which makes the whole jig move side to side so much more. That's really important when those bass are feeding heavy. If you look at this thing in the water, you can see that the jig head actually hangs down below the blade. So the blade's working, it's catching the water, But having the jig head set down below it, it's down there kind of doing its own separate thing. So they're working together separately.
And the other thing about it is big fish. I mean, you know, you're fishing for numbers, but at the same time, a lot of times I've caught the biggest fish in my tournament on a bladed jig.
And we've designed this to where it'll handle big fish. It's got a 5/0 custom VMC heavy-duty hook in it, and it's also got really strong components from the snap to the split ring that attaches the blade to the head. Every piece of it is geared towards you catching big fish on.
Man, that's a beautiful fish. She ate that shuttering bait right in the corner of the mouth, exactly how you want it.
It's just got a really, really good thump to it, and I can seem to get more bites fishing it slow, like practically dragging it on the bottom, actually.
The great part about this is it's heavy enough that I can make very targeted, low underhand casts, so it's not just an open water chunk and wind bait.
You know, just try to make the most accurate cast you can, and then when you get near the target, I like giving it a little snap here and there. Just seems like the more erratic your retrieve is, especially when you're fishing around visible cover like this.
When we were working on the shuttering bait, I wanted to pick out
several different colors that really fit my style of fishing, and we were able to do that. We've got 9 colors in it and 2 sizes, 3/8 and a 1/2 ounce. And dialing these colors in was something that was a lot of fun because we actually have the ability to match the blade to the bait. That's something that with most bladed jigs,
you know, you just don't have that ability. With the shuttering bait, we did.
We can dye that, or we can make it a matte finish as we did on like some of the black ones to where it doesn't have the flash when we don't want it. And the neat thing about this too as an angler, if you want to customize it, you can take that blade off and put it on one of the other jigs if you so choose.
Couple features on the shuttering bait.
Number 1 is a trailer keeper. You always fish this bait with some type of a trailer. Having a trailer keeper on there extends the life of that bait, and it makes more of your cast productive because your trailer is going to stay in place where it needs to be. I mean, an all-around great head design. That comes through cover extremely well.
A lot of the other baits that are like this, it's real hard to throw around brush like we're doing, but this one just deflects off everything. You just don't get snagged as often. You go back in there and you just think you can't get a bite. This is one of those baits that'll get you a bite or two.
That unique custom design cup lip catches and moves so much water that the amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Oh, we're right in the middle of one of the greatest bass fishing exhibitions we have ever been witness to. On Bassmaster Live, Stetson Blalock for most of the morning just absolutely knocking their lights out today, and Seth Fighter this afternoon in the last hour. Just tremendous. Overtaking Blalock, getting 25 pounds or thereabouts in the boat. Just a display. Hats off to St. Clair. Hats off to these anglers. And of course, we got a big race going on for Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, too, which figures right in the middle of all of this right now.
It certainly does. 3 points between the top 3 in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year with a little over a day left fishing, less than a day and a half to go. It's absolutely shaping up to be everything we dreamed it would
my
be
gosh.
for us.
Best AOY ever.
Yes.
I think maybe you could start making the T-shirts right now. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Hummingbird lay of the lake, and there it is, all 340-something square miles of Lake St. Clair with a little more water in it, we learned today, than has it had in years past. And our 50 anglers who will be out there, all of them, again tomorrow, distributed on U.S. side, Canada side. Heath Combs, you see, is just over the border. Canada side, and there's the majority of our anglers falling a little bit closer to Metro Park. Certainly close is a relative term here. That's a great big lake. They can still be a long ride away.
It's a huge lake. You're looking at Hummingbird lay of the lake, and you see a lot of the anglers within 8 or 10 miles of Metro Park. But something else you notice, they have spread out more, especially in the afternoon today, than they were able to spread out any yesterday. A lot of the anglers were all in on one general area when they went to yesterday. It was so rough, but you can see if you've been watching in the last hour or so, the winds are much, much calmer than they were even this morning. So it's allowed these anglers to move around a lot. You see Brandon Lester, Corey Johnson, the first time we've seen him up in the rivers a little ways. Not a lot of guys. Derek Hutton is one that we've seen quite a bit in the St. Clair River, but not far out of there you see Brandon Cobb, Matt Herring, Brock Mosley. A lot of folks, like I said, within about 10 miles of takeoff there, but Seth Fighter and some of those guys out on the South Shore that are really getting it done here this afternoon as that water has cleared. Mark Zona talked to us just a few hours ago saying that water was extremely dirty, but when that wind lays like it has in the last hour or two, with all the current pulling through, it clears up in a hurry.
Seen Paul Mueller catch a couple of good ones since the break too, and here we go again.
We heard him say just before he boated that last real good one, one more big one to have a great bag again today, and this might be it. He has hooked up now.
You'll notice I get real quiet when I see one. You can kind of tell when I'm looking at one because it's total concentration, try to get that bait in front of them. Just because you can see them out in front of you don't mean you can get a bait in front of them. A lot of time just messing, fishing for crappie and stuff just to do this right here. And guys wonder why I don't hunt and why I fish for crappie. I mean, there's not a better way to get better with that unit than fishing for crappie in the fall, because it's just repetition. You're fishing for fish away from the boat. That fish was about 35 foot. Threw that drop shot right on him, watched him come down to it, and I just kind of worked it softly, and he just barely picked it up, man. I mean, just light bite. It's incredible how light of a bite it is, but you kind of know, I mean, you're using good equipment, you can feel them when they just barely breathe on it. I'm using a 722 Dobbins Ecstasy rod. Is by far the best feeling rod I've ever fished. Braided line, 10-pound Gamma Torque braid, 6-pound Gamma Edge fluorocarbon leader. And man, when they breathe on it, you can feel it. I don't know if he's got much. I mean, hopefully he's 3 or 3 1/4, and then at least that would be like a half-pound upgrade. But we'll see. I think he's bigger than the one I got. He's not huge though. I was hoping he was going to be a big one.
Mueller, Connecticut, using some of those tactics earlier this year to collect his.
He's going to help
his win with Lake Lanier.
His feet is frozen, but Chris Zaldane just caught a 3-pounder. He's up to 16 pounds, moved to 13th place.
Awesome fish. I fish out sometimes, but like when you got them, not that I have them figured out, but when you get around them, it's one of the most awesome places to fish. Because they pull. I mean, look how beautiful that fish is. It isn't a giant, but I love all bass, but nothing beats a brown fish, man. There's nothing that beats a brownie. Give me a smallmouth any day of the week. I mean, look at that thing. It's beautiful. It's probably a 3 1/2, I'd have to guess, I'm hoping.
I think that one
Yep, 3 1/2.
Stetson's got a good one
So
on
that's
here.
a half-pound upgrade. And put him.
Did you
a
just
little
call him
spot on
Ronnie?
him, see? Birthmark.
He turned his phone off, but I.
Gosh, in there. We'll get Mr. 2 3/4.
Well, Mr. 2 3/4 won't fit in today. You'll be left at the bus
He's
stop.
hooked on this. He's got 2 sets of hooks in him.
Yeah, he needed to get rid of that one. All
I don't know if he'll help or not.
We got a decent bag.
Golly.
Put some fresh water in there. Feels good to get a good bag like that and still have time to fish. We're gonna leave here. I'm not taking another cast on this spot. I don't think. I mean, because I got what I need today. Every 3.5 pound fish. If I caught a 3.5 pound fish right now, it wouldn't do me any good, and it would just, I need those fish tomorrow. So it's like I said, it's all about, if there wasn't a classic on the line here, I probably would lean into them a little bit more, but I need to make that classic. And if I fall a little bit, you know, and risk maybe having a better finish or whatever, so be it. But we gotta go. We're gonna go hit. We're gonna go hit a different spot.
The fish did not help Stetson.
Wow.
That's
Yeah,
a beautiful
good.
fish.
Real good.
3.5?
Yeah.
Look like.
Had to be. Big one.
Maybe they're going to pick back up here a little. God, he was pulling like a big one. Like a real big one.
Blalock finished his season strong with 2 top 10 finishes. Of course, he got a win collected this year as well.
Well, it's 1:15. Checking in at 3:30. I moved out to my area around the dumping grounds. Filled out a limit. Just okay ones. They're not huge. So, you know, that have that 1 over 5 from this morning. Gosh, I literally just lost a big one. Smoked a crankbait, and I got 3 cranks on it, and you could tell it was huge, and just pulled off. I'm just targeting, you know, just isolated clumps of grass. 18 to 19 feet of water. I caught one, you know, 2.5, 3 pounds, and it's about a 5-inch perch, giant perch. So that's what you're looking for right now, is just giant, big perch eaters. And basically the perch relate to these, you know, clumpy grass piles, stalks. And the bass are just around nearby. If I see one on the graph, I'll drop a drop shot down too.
All right, get a little bit of a scratchy signal there from Chris Zaldane. You heard him say just had a good one to come off right there. I think we have Mark Zona. There he is. Yeah, there's Mark Zona. And Z, man, you have been all the way around this lake here. What have you seen since we saw you last? Well, we had to. All right, we lost Z's audio there, but we'll try to get back in touch with the. Obviously, he did have something to report.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Always does.
Does a great job out there. Always does. In here, out there, no matter where he's at, does a great job. I think Zaldane, he was mentioning that he had just lost a good one. Let's not forget, he started the day with that 5-pounder, so those other 4 are not the size. If he could catch another 4 or 5, it would be huge for him on the Angler of the Year points.
Zaldane's last fish did put him 13th, 11 spots back of Blalock, and they are tied for second, 2 points behind Canterbury.
And what's even crazier about that, Such, is they would be tied, and their tiebreaker would almost be tied, because right now, after day one, Zaldane had 10 more pounds than Blalock overall for the season for full field days, and right now Blalock is 9 pounds or so ahead of him in the standings. So it could come down to, if you get beat by 10 spots, it could be the weight needed to break your tiebreaker deal. So that'll be interesting as well. We mentioned it
Catch
yesterday.
all you can then, huh?
Yeah.
All right, the irrepressible Mark Zona. We cannot keep him silenced. We know that. We found a way. Now we're ready to hear your report, Mark Zona. I don't know if you were.
How are we doing now? We good now? Are we doing good now?
We're doing good now. We're doing good now. We hear you loud and clear.
You know, Tommy, what I was going to say is this whole year there's just been moments, I don't know, 30-minute, 1 hour spans that you can't describe. And what you saw Seth do there, every now and then you have to not take for granted a fishery like this, and what he did in a 30-minute span to catch 25 pounds of smallmouth. And here's the thing, this tournament's going to come down to guys that are in an area to a dude that has a spot. That is a spot. Those fish were Seth told me, he said basically he's got 2 rock piles down there that he'll hit spot lock and just sit there and make a cast after cast after cast. The thing is, yesterday he was just never able to get there, but I'm dead serious when I say this. To see that done on camera, that is a 25-pound bag, a 25 to 30-pound bag, to be able to witness it in 30 minutes, that is amazing.
It was just phenomenal. We finally caught up with him. He dropped straight down on a boulder, caught a not as big a fish, and then picked up the crankbait, and it just happened just like that. It was just unbelievable. Do you reckon he caught that big bag as fast yesterday on that spot yesterday?
No. In fact, he caught that big bag yesterday across the lake from where he caught him today. One thing that's interesting to me is he told me when he found that spot today, the spot that he's on today. He told me when I got in town, it's the first time on St. Clair he's found a spot, not an area, not where you get a random bite here and then 50 yards from there. He said, I am making a specific cast. If I could just get down there. And he said, literally said this before this tournament began, days 2 and days 3, the wind will set up right. And he said, man, I will pound them on that spot. Now, the only thing that I saw there is it looks like he's going to have a little company to deal with the rest of today going into tomorrow.
So,
go ahead.
So that leads to my question. With the bag that he had yesterday, 26 pounds, today looks like 25 to 26, 27 pounds, something like that. Does Mark Zona leave that spot with an angler, at least one we saw within talking distance of those 2? I mean, if there's nobody within sight, that's one thing, but do you leave there? Come on back?
If I'm catching 5-pounders on a crankbait on Lake St. Clair and there's a guy creeping 50 yards from me, I ain't going nowhere, Jack. Ever.
How did I know that would be your answer? How did I know that would be your answer?
I mean, give me a break. I mean, seriously. And the other thing about that spot, it's shallower than the rest of the lot of, guys that we've seen cranking 14, 16, 18, all the way out to 20. Seth's looking at about 10 or 11 feet of water at most on that, and still trying to keep his bait above the bottom. But the one thing to watch going into tomorrow, if you notice, a lot of his fish, it's a pull, stop. And he said those real big ones yesterday, I was watching him do a little bit of it today. When he makes that pause, he said it's just like a jig bite. Just dunk is right when he stops that crankbait. But no, when he said he was leaving, I was like, Oh, don't do that, little buddy. Don't go do that right now.
So you made reference to it, and I agree. It's probably the most phenomenal, 30, 40 minutes. Definitely smallmouth catching we've ever seen on Bassmaster Live. The water is still a little chalky there. Can it get even better than that for Seth Feider tomorrow?
Davey, here's the one thing that I'm going to say about that dirtier water, in all honesty. When that north shore of Lake Erie gets dirty this time of year, that is absolutely when the crankbait bite ignites. When that water's gin clear on the north shore of Erie, that crankbait bite is really non-existent. But when it gets chalky on the north shore, just like that water is right there, this isn't awkward, is it? It's not awkward.
No.
The way he was
great.
bragging on the
like
Chiefs
it.
yesterday, if you know what I mean, fellas.
Yeah.
Exactly. But to me, and I made this, when you really see that crankbait bite fire on this, like even in the springtime on the mile roads, when everybody comes up from Tennessee and Alabama, a lot of times it's when the dirtiest water is pushed in shallow, and that's what you got to see with Seth today.
Honestly, I'm just excited to have Zona on site. How cool is
It's my
that?
last day, too.
It really
I'm
is.
leaving today.
And what a way to finish this event, right here on a body of water that you're so intimate with. And if you look what's happening, Seth Feider, low budget baller. I mean, he is making it happen out there. Honestly, I got in the shower. No kidding. I went back to the hotel, got in the shower. Before I got in the shower, Seth Feider's flurry had started.
Right.
I got out of the shower, reconnected to the internet, still fighting fish. Went down the elevator, got in the car, still fighting fish. The whole way here, it was one of the most amazing 45 minutes I've ever seen.
And I don't think coming into this tournament, I don't know. If you really looked at local weights here the last month and a half, you're like, yeah, it's going to take 22 pounds a day. Somebody's going to weigh in a 25-pound limit. We are absolutely on pace for a 75-pound winning weight of this tournament, and that just showed itself really in the last week. If you look at the local events that were here, guys, there was one dude in the parking lot fished alone and had 20, right at 25, and I'm like, whoa, fall-size fish are starting to show up. So,
do you think that somewhere along the way, this tournament kind of got lowballed in the way that I expected to be over 70 pounds, approaching 75 pounds from day one, but a lot of our anglers, if you look back at that gallery, they kept it low. And it shocked me because, it is like St. Clair, no matter how rough it is. Some of the best days, fishing-wise, like as far as catching them, it may suck. You may lose every filling in your face, but as far as catching them, some of those windy days are incredible.
It's October in Michigan. It does not take 20 pounds to win tournaments, ever. It takes more than that. From here to Saginaw to Traverse City, when you get to this time of year, magic shows up, and that's what happened this week, obviously.
Well, Z, it was a big, well-known buoy yesterday for Seth Feider. Today it was a different spot altogether. Will he be looking for a third spot tomorrow, or is that one going to play again? I guess it depends on what happens the remainder of today.
I don't know. If I'm him, I'll start right there tomorrow morning. I was a little bit surprised. Look, when he, the community hole that he checked this morning, we were with him the first 20 minutes. He said, I'm going to fish there for a little while. And I think we beat him to that area, to where he ended up doing his damage. I think we beat him there and took off. So, he had, and here's the other side, guys. He had some damage to do. His heart was broke last night after that game, if you know what I mean.
I understand. Yours was it, I'm sure. That was quite a performance by the Chicago Bears. Quite a performance by you today, Mark Zona. Thank Dave Mercer as well. And man, oh man, maybe we'll get to talk again. I don't know. We'll things getting pretty wild, and we've got Paul Mueller hooked up right now.
Look at this thing. What are you doing here?
Keeping in mind, Paul Mueller left this good area just about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Didn't want to lean on it.
No.
Oh, gosh.
Check this out for a backup
that.
plan, a backup spot.
What's that large
Big
one?
green fish.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Beautiful.
God is good, man. That's all I gotta say. That type of stuff happens. That's so random. That's not lucky at all. That's a blessing. That fish is. That's a blessing right there. 4 3/4. We got a good bag now, boy.
Man.
All right, I got to make sure that I believe that one I just caught was my smallest one, but I got to double check.
That's just one of many things that makes
We
Lake
got a
St.
good
Clair
bag
so
now. I don't even know what to do now. Make sure they don't jump out.
5 pound smallmouth.
I got
4
one in there that's like a 3 3/4. Dude, they're all big ones. Yeah, I mean that 3 1/2 is my smallest one because that other one was 3 1/4, right? That we put in. That's gotta be my smallest one right there. I'll just double check. Oh, see, I wish I didn't catch that one now. You know, that's why I left that other spot. But who would have ever thought you'd catch a 4? I didn't even think that fish was that big. It didn't even feel that big. That is, the other one's 3 3/4. So as long as this ain't 3 3/4, we don't even have to check. Yeah, that one's gone back.
What's crazy about Paul Mueller's rise into the Classic and needing to catch him here is when he led day one at Guntersville, we're like, man, could he win his second elite and dropped all the way down into the 60s after zeroing? He would be well within the Classic cut if that wasn't the case.
Unbelievable. What a turnaround for Paul Mueller. He's headed to the Classic. It looks for all the world like. Of course, we never say that until the end of the day tomorrow. Looks like we got a lot of fish catching before that time. We got a lot more fish catching probably coming up today. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
For fishing is obvious, whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends.
We truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Mother Nature is my playground. When I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out. Guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
And a hard-fought championship it has been so far. Man, I tell you what, look at those points right there. A tie for second place between Stetson Blalock and Chris Zaldane. Both of them got a 2-point deficit to Scott Canterbury. Still more fishing left today. A whole day of fishing left tomorrow. The wind's supposed to blow tomorrow. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm just going to hang on and watch this thing.
Well, not only the wind blowing or not blowing, but if you're just joining us, if you missed the last hour and a half of Bassmaster Live, I mean, obviously we've got a Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year to crown here tomorrow afternoon, and that's ever-changing. But what Seth Feider just did in the last hour was absolutely incredible. To see a 25-pound limit of smallmouth being caught, just absolutely incredible. I mean, you just don't see that. I mentioned again, there's people that don't catch a single 5-pound smallmouth in their lifetime, and you see a guy put 5 of them in the live well. It's incredible.
3 in a row, same cast, exact same cast, just unbelievable.
Speaking of 5-pounders, Chris Zaldane has won his first fish this morning, but he's got some smaller fish. He needs a big fish at this point.
I throw that little 3-inch spark shad out there, and I'm getting, perch bites. There are
I'm living and dying
perch
with
out
it.
here.
There's no doubt about it.
Clumpy grass, some little sand holes.
I just know how.
And some big fish around, and I'm just running through the little swim bait, the big crankbait. Because I see emerald shiners up shallow too, so if I could leave here with one big bite, 4+ pounder, and then get back on my flat, we'll have our good day. I just looked back in that live well not too long ago, and that one we call the 5 is big. Shocked me that I didn't get more bites like it this morning, but with it being light out, the sun's not out, but it's light, and smallmouth being sight feeders, that flat should be on fuego this afternoon. It's 1:38. I want to get there by 2:15. Fish it to 3:15. That's 1 whole hour on the flat. Throwing bigger baits. Just looking for a big bite. I mean, it's not. St. Clair is not hot and heavy. For most guys, maybe 1 or 2 guys have a big school, but it's just one here, one there, and that's just been the gear I've been in all week. Is I'm just looking for those big rogue fish. A lot of reaction baits, jerking, cranking, and swim baits. I fished my wreck that I caught 2 5s off yesterday, and I had one bite on a Ned rig, and I missed it. It came off. So all my spots are just kind of flip-flopping. All my good stuff turned to poop yesterday, and all my okay spots were great yesterday. So we're just keep on mixing it up. There's one on the graph right there. Oh, come on.
Dead things like that.
Gonna take a big one for him to call.
Oh boy, no kidding.
That won't do it.
I don't think so. I'm gonna give him the treatment though, just like if he did. Nah, he ain't gonna help. It's about to come off anyway. Get in here.
Not gonna help.
Gonna need to be around 4.5 to help Stetson. Something like that.
I know he won't help, but $3-pounder. It's fun when those don't help. Just need to get a big one.
Boy, what a difference 24-hour makes. 24 hours ago, that pond looked very different than it looks right now.
Keith Combs just called up to 19 pounds with a 4-pounder, knocking Chris Zane back one more spot to 14th and a point.
What's cool is that fish was almost on that same line inside as those other ones. I'm gonna get a little further in and I'm gonna turn and fish down that line with no wind. It's doable. See if we can't come across a bigger one down through there.
Zaldane's hooked up. He needs a big one.
Stay on there. Oh, stay on there. I don't think it's.
Nope.
I think it's gonna help. That ain't gonna help. There's no way. No way that's gonna help. That's a little dude. That's a little dude. Yeah, no. That's good. good to expand on this area, though. I'm getting bites and off of clumps that I wasn't able to fish the last few days.
TH Marine Weather Watch, that's right now current, 7 miles an hour, if that. 70 degrees, that's when everybody's out of the rain clothes now. Warmest as it's been during the course of this tournament so far.
It's weird.
Clouds
Usually
hanging in
crankbait
there.
Fish are, big on average.
Tomorrow, though, even warmer, considerably warmer, by 15 degrees. And the wind with partly cloudy skies blowing 9 to 12 miles an hour, which I have to think it was blowing pretty close to that yesterday, which made it a little bit of a different place.
Don't have the wind direction
It's gonna
there.
come
I'm
out of the
assuming that's going to be
west.
out of the southwest, maybe?
South-southwest.
South-southwest,
All right.
yeah, with that temperature rise.
Yeah, right.
So northeast yesterday morning, changing to south-southwest tomorrow, which it's a wind they had primarily in practice, I think. So it should be good for us watching Seth Fighter tomorrow morning, I hope. And
That's
some
right.
others.
He'll be down in the protected side there.
Yep.
And yeah,
Water Clair
Zona
too.
said the east wind is the northeast wind is the toughest to deal with getting around the lake. So.
Yeah, these guys won't know what to do if it gets up to 86 degrees tomorrow. They've been up there in heaven 70 degrees.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I think they're back in the frying pan.
Yeah.
There are some gorgeous clumps to my left. I gotta throw a swim bait on.
Chris Zaldane using his 360 mega imaging. It's incredible. You heard Paul Mueller talk about seeing the fish in the grass. Electronics have advanced so much in the last 5-10 years.
He may call a little bit.
Brandon Lester with not a giant, but a nice one.
Well, that is a good spot. Every time I cast in that spot, Man, that one's been caught a few
I was gonna
times.
throw it all day, and that's what I'm gonna do. Caught some more here lately.
Think you
but
will.
Just small ones. Those big ones ought to be roaming and looking for something with it being sunny like it is.
Man, look at that water around Stetson Blalock. That just doesn't even look like the same place.
Come on, one more big bite here.
It really does it.
Yep. He gets rid of that large one. All brown ones now. Yep.
Almost 2 o'clock before we got rid of the green ones.
Just like yesterday, Brandon Lester has a few largemouth in the live well, but culls them all before he comes to the scales. That's a beautiful largemouth that Paul Mueller caught.
Oh my
Just
gosh,
a little while ago. Almost a 5-pounder.
We'll see. I saw another one come out with him, so it may have messed him up. I don't know.
I heard Chris Zaldane lay
Nope,
out his
there's
plan
another
for the
one.
rest of the day before 30 minutes is up. He plans to be on his big flat
Small
again
one
and
feels
just
like.
throwing around, I guess, what he started with yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. And
Little guy.
great plan. Great plan to have a chance to catch him at least one more big one. I really think he needs to have a little more weight to give himself a better chance tomorrow. He needs to.
Quick release.
Get up there around that 19 or 20 pound mark.
You were with us yesterday. You know this house right here.
Yeah.
Caught a good one off of here yesterday. And a couple others too, I believe.
Well, we've seen a lot, but it may come down to guys we haven't seen, like Skylar Hamilton, Jake Whitaker, and Todd Auden all had more than 20 pounds. And to pass Canterbury in 20th, they just needed, decent 10, 12-pound bag, let alone if they can climb past Zaldane, if he doesn't upgrade.
That's part of the reason I said Zaldane needs more than 16, because you can bet those guys have
somebody's. Yeah.
Let alone Corey Johnston is his Bass Trek died at 7 this morning.
It's really a cool little spot. You can see where this is kind of where the.
If we're accurate with Canterbury, him being in 20th, Zaldane has a chance. Well, any of those guys.
Around this point over the years,
That leaves the door cracked open,
And
but
that's why they
he
sit
needs
right there on
to
that
take
point
more than
on the
16
deep
pounds to the scales.
A little depression.
He
It's
needs to
pretty
be
cool.
18, 19.
Well, and there's some guys like Clark Wendlet and Mark Menendez are putting some space between Blalock and Zaldane. They've got more than 21 each today. And Cliff Prince. Let alone Mike Huff with 20.
Lester, you can add them to that list.
Tell you what, I'm gonna fire my tube in there one time, see what happens.
Warm, huh? Yeah, no. Well, I did here in practice. Two big ones. Yeah.
Still alive. Be a good time to catch one then, wouldn't it?
All right, like 5 or 6 casts with a swimmer. And then I want to go to my flat.
Certainly more light penetration in the water than we've seen so far in this tournament.
And 4 1/4 to do me
good time
good.
to
That's
switch
the thing.
crankbaits up a little bit. That distance that those
something
fish
down
want
a
to
little
move
further.
Yes,
Down there where it's lit up a little better now.
Yeah.
I'm really looking for a 5. Go ahead and knock a dent in it.
Yesterday for most of the day and until about
Make up some ground. Might as well make up some ground.
10:30, 11 o'clock today, the light was very, very similar, and obviously Stetson Blalock had it dialed in. And
Right
then
on
we
that line.
saw Seth
It's a
Fighter, and I think
perfect
that was
line
just the
down
water
through here
clearing,
where-
the wind calming
Got
down,
those
and
good
that water
ones
clearing up
yesterday.
just enough.
And then 3 today. So I feel like we're in the right little spot. If we were going to catch another one right through here, this would be the spot.
One of our Team Toyota fellers right there, Matt Airy, having a good tournament, and again a good day today. What's kind of been the key for you, Matt?
Just grinding, man. It's
it's not easy. The fish are really, really scattered. We were here last year with FLW, and it was a absolute slugfest, if y'all remember, and they were really grouped up good then too. You could catch them, and you could pull. I had one place I could catch 20 to 30 fish off of each day, and then you could jump around because the weather allowed you to do that. Today it's actually kind of nice, and I'm not going to hold my breath though, because I know what this lake can turn into. We've seen it during practice, but just grinding, man. I've had 7 keeper bites all day. Been mixing it up between some moving baits and tube and drop shot, and I think I've got a fish in the box on everything, drop shot, tube, and a crankbait. So I didn't think I'd say this, but I'd actually like to see the wind pick up a little bit. At this point, it's gotten so slick out here. It's been tough for me to get a bite, especially on a moving bait. But we're gonna keep grinding. We got a little bit of time, and we got a 3-pounder in there. I'd like to get rid of if we can do that. That'd be a good day.
So, Matt, have you been able to dial in on one certain depth range, or you mixing it up, fishing shallow on out deeper in the lake?
No, I'm in that 16, 17 foot primarily. I have caught some as shallow as 14, and there are some shallow fish down there on the south shore that we found the first day. I say Scott and I, we roomed together and worked together, but I saw him earlier today, and we started kind of in the same general area up here. And I told him, I said, man, it's slick as it is. You ought to take off down there. He had 3 in the box when he left here, so I haven't seen him come back. So I hope that's a good sign for him. But 16, 17 foot's been primarily the key depth for me this week.
Has it been any benefit to you, Matt, to be able to move around a little more easily today, or have you kind of been staying in one specific area of the lake?
No, I mean, yeah, the weather's allowed us to jump around more, but I have not. I've stuck it out in one general area. I feel like the right qualities here. There's not a lot of fish, and you have to work really hard to catch them. It's just picking one off here and there, but definitely the right ones are in this area. And it doesn't take 25 bites to have a good bag here. I mean, I just had one knock slack in my line right there.
All right, Matt, we'll catch that one for us right now. We'll watch for a little bit, and thank you so much for letting us interrupt your day a little bit there. Thank you for having a good tournament here. We enjoyed it.
Felt good when I first stuck it, but I don't know. Hard to say in that current. I don't think it's gonna help. Ain't no way. No.
It's a good fish for him to not even have a chance to put in his live well.
Chris Zaldane with a 3-pounder. He's out of cell range. He's now up to 12th place with 17 pounds totaled on today.
All right, remember he's got another move yet on his agenda. Might net him something big. He could use it.
Yep.
He could certainly improve his prospects to start the day tomorrow? A whole lot before the end of the fishing today.
Well, today, right now, Canterbury is just not having the day that he hoped to have, even though he got off to a good start. So
he
he's
just
opened
landed
the door
a
a little
3-8.
bit.
Canterbury with a 3-8.
Okay.
Up to 19th, just one spot. Just popped in.
Well, we got another hour and a half. Hour and 15 minutes, let's say, fishing time. Chris Zaldane said he would fish until 3:15 local time. I assume that means he's in the second group to come in there. Scott Canterbury still holding on to that lead. He's extended it by a whole point there, it looks like, right there. It's Stetson Blalock right behind Chris Zaldane. Yeah, we got more to come. Take a break and be right back.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com. If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
It's just crazy. I'm still in shock. It just was meant to be for me this week.
We all have places we go that make us feel most alive. Sometimes it's a destination. Sometimes it's a pursuit. It's difficult to define, but when we're there, we know it. Time slows down. Smiles come easier. And the sense of calm is medicine for the soul. Now we join pro angler and 2017 Bassmaster Classic winner Jordan Lee as he takes us bass fishing in his home state of Alabama. This is his element.
So growing up in Alabama, it's really made me the fisherman I am today. There's a ton of different lakes that offer a different variety of fishing. Lake Guntersville, Smith Lake, you have spotted bass, you have river fishing, you have, pilot and impoundment. So that's one of the reasons I feel like it's got me where I'm at today is growing up in Alabama. I started tournament fishing when I was early on in high school, 9th, 10th grade, and I started out of a John boat, a 99 horsepower on a little lake called Lake Atoma and near my hometown in Coleman, Alabama. And that's really where I learned how to, read the water and learn different techniques. And I built off that lake, kind of carried that to Guntersville, where I really got into the tournament scene there. That's really when I knew that, hey, this is something I want to do for a living. In my high school years is when that all went down. College fishing was definitely a big step for me and a big part of why I'm here today. And there was a lot of opportunities that College Bass and that Bassmaster really opened up for the younger generation, and it was something that I took advantage of. And when I won the College Classic bracket, it really opened up a lot of doors for me. And qualifying for the Classic was a dream of mine. It's something that every angler dreams of, is fishing the Bassmaster Classic. And 3 years later, after fishing the Elite Series, and I was fortunate enough to win the Bassmaster Classic in 2017, and that was really the highlight of my career, and that's the highlight of any angler's career. So it's definitely been a dream come true. When I first got hooked on bass fishing, it was to feel that fish on the end of the rod, end of the line, and to feel that pull. And that's something that hadn't gone away from me since the first. I can vividly remember my first encounter with catching 4 and 5 pounders, and when I was 10 years old, and that same feeling is the same feeling I get now, even after fishing professionally. Hooking that fish and finding that fish in the boat is something that will never get old. And the tournament fishing aspect of it is, it brings out the competition. I'm competing against the fish, day in and day out. There's always something to learn, and that's what I love about it. That's why fishing is my element.
Though they are often very different, each of us shares our own unique connection with the outdoors, a passion that drives us, defines us, and centers us. It's where we're most at home. It's where we're in our element.
Let's go. Wake the streets up. Yeah. Wake the streets up. Come on.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Final hour of Bassmaster Live. Man, what we have seen today is enough to sustain you for a long time, but I'd like to see some more of what we've had going on. Boy, tournament leader Seth Feider putting on one of the most incredible displays we've ever seen, in the history of Bassmaster Live, that's for sure. Chris Zaldane moving up ever so slowly up that leaderboard, and Scott Canterbury. Let's see how close they are in points, and Stetson Blalock right in there as well. It was all Stetson Blalock this morning. Brandon Lester making a little ground. Who knows? Corey Johnston. I don't think we had the info on Corey yet.
Oh, we don't, and he could be right there. Had a phenomenal practice. Had difficulties yesterday, but still right in the thick of this thing, and it's showing him down a number of points there only because we just have not had any service with him today. So Corey Johnson definitely in the middle of it. But hey, we're looking at 4 points separating first and third place in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And speaking of that, the guy that is retaking the lead, Scott Canterbury.
Moments ago.
Another 4-pound biggin. He ain't as big as that last one. He swallowed it too. Gosh, dog. Green. Now it's full.
Did you call the cops on Canterbury, Davey?
I didn't call the cops on anybody. It sounds like it might be a robbery down there
Yeah,
or something going on.
I don't know.
Somebody's
What in the world?
stealing. Somebody's stealing.
It's in Canada or Michigan or wherever.
I guess sound the same everywhere. Canterbury there, just no doubt adding some points.
Boy, he has found them.
That might be a good one.
He's on them.
That's a good one, I think. If it's a bass.
Oh, I bet it's a bass.
Feels like a drum. No, it's a bass.
Nothing but a
Dang
school
big one
bass
too.
right there.
Or a good one. That's a better one.
I mean, Seth Fighter put on a show an hour or two ago, but Scott Canterbury is back-to-back cast right now.
Yeah, same deal, still going on.
That's a good 4-pounder.
4 pounds.
Yeah. Okay, maybe.
Okay, we talked about that upgrade. Such, I believe, mentioned it just a few minutes ago from Chris Zaldane. I think we can show that to you now.
What do we got? What do we got? Oh, there's another one with it. Oh yeah, it's a helper. Stay on there. Stay. There's another one with it, probably just as big. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come on. No. Look at those tail wags. Yes, sir. There's another one just as big down with him. Yes. Woo, that helps, baby. All right, yes, that one's over 3. Get rid of one of these guys. Okay, we don't have any more dinkers.
About the time I think Chris said he was going to move to the shallower
That's a small
area.
one, I think, on my left. Heck yeah.
Helped him right there.
No dinkers. Yes! There's another one down there. It was. Yes!
You may delay the move for a moment.
Yeah, no doubt.
Seeing things down there. You see Chris Zaldane is about to fish the last hour, which he's into right now, as of right now.
Back to
At a different
Canterbury.
spot. Let's get back to Scott Canterbury.
He is catching them every cast all of a sudden.
Yeah. I don't think that's a big one. I don't know.
They were all big.
No.
No?
I got.
Sucher, we getting these updates as fast as he's catching them because he's got to be just charging up the leaderboard.
No, his last fish entered was 10 minutes ago, a 4-pounder.
He's just catching them so fast right now.
As small as a 3-pounder.
I think we got Chris Zaldane's either. I think we got his upgrade.
Gosh, can't even get the line through there.
Every cast.
Oh boy.
There's so many in there. That might help. I don't know. No. No, he's skinny. Oh my gosh.
Canterbury, your Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, obviously extending his lead a little bit there with that flurry that just went down. We saw right there. And of course, another big race that's been wrapped up here. It's been a great one all year long with Drew Cook for Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. And Drew Cook, hey, all hats off to him. We all knew he was pretty much uncatchable. Lee Livesey said, man, we're just all fishing for second place right there. Lee is hanging there in second place, but that one's not quite decided as of yet. You see sixth place down there, Derek Hudnall. We had the opportunity to watch Derek do his thing there in the St. Clair River. And this is live with Derek Hudnall.
First year on Elites has been, a dream come true. It really has. Something I've dreamed about my whole life, and words really can't describe the feeling last year qualifying for it. It's just been absolutely incredible, but as most guys, we all put goals. And I do too, and I'm pretty hard on myself with goals. And my two goals going into the season was, compete for AOI and fish the 2020 Bassmaster Classic. From the start, almost to start Hartwell, I was pretty much out of one for sure. Classic, I've had opportunities this year, even with missing a tournament, I've had some opportunities to have some much higher finishes. On the water, I'd be lying to you if I told you I'm pretty disappointed in myself. I'm better than that. I'm better than even with the tournament not being fished. I'm better than where I'm at. But it's all about learning. A lot of these places, New York and here in Michigan, never been to before. And it's a learning experience, you have to, but to be able to come to New York and places like this and be able to compete really means a lot. And I think it'll make me that much better when we come back. We're coming back here next year. We're going back to the St. Lawrence River. I'll have a lot better feel for that place and get better with smallmouth. I've done pretty well here on smallmouth on the northern swings. I don't have near the experience. I've only got about 3 years of experience with smallmouth. But it seems like every year I kind of figure them out a little bit better and a little bit better. And today just didn't work out. Today, I had myself in a really good position yesterday, and I offer no excuses, at all. I did what I felt like I needed to do to catch big ones, and I still think that what I did today was the right thing to do. And but it's a high risk, high reward deal. You know, I had 5 bites doing that shallow thing yesterday, and it was the 5 that I weighed in. And caught 2 big, you know, we got 2 good ones in there that, you know, with doing that, you know, so I don't know, you know, it's, you know, hindsight's 20/20. I don't, you know, I told myself I was not going to run around just trying to find keeper fish, and I didn't. I swung, you know, because, you know, that shallow deal with those nomads up shallow is, you know, that's a way you can win on any smallmouth fishery. But you've got to commit to it. You have to commit to it. And just hope you get 5 bites doing it. And, you know, yesterday I did, today I just didn't. You know, I only got 2 big bites. We got 1 other keeper and had another one come unbutton. You know, but to your question, I mean, it's, you know, the Elites is, you know, it's an absolute, but I can promise you, I want to compete to win. You know, I just, you know, you try to be the best at everything that you do. And you're finally here, and yeah, you're super happy to be here, and you're pumped. But you know, the biggest thing about this year on the Elite Series is I'm able to share all the successes, you know, with the people that supported me. You know, friends, family, all of my partners. You know, everybody that's on my jersey on the side of this boat. You know, they're you know, I don't like to use the term sponsors, because there's so much more than that. They're partners, and to be able to share that experience with them has been incredible. And you know, and I think there's going to be even more success down the road. But you know, I absolutely have not helped myself today as far as it goes. I really needed, you know, I needed to catch what I caught yesterday to keep myself up there, and today is really going to knock me out of the picture. But you know, today I fished hard. You know, I fished a lot of new water today, and I think with this pattern, that's what you got to do. You got to stay in new water. You got to keep moving, and then you'll run into one, maybe 2 of them. And that's what we did all day. Actually, this spot is my starting spot. I've caught 3 big ones on this one. I just ran back to it, and we probably can't fish but about 15 more minutes again or so. So we're gonna fish this for about 10 or 15 more minutes, and we're gonna run in and you know, and start game planning on what to do tomorrow.
Derek Hudnall, boy, he really caught him yesterday, 24-12, and if he caught 2 more real quick here and caught 24-12 again tomorrow, maybe he could fish his way back in the picture.
Largemouth, son.
Yeah, unfortunate today.
I caught me a largemouth. How about that?
Hunter Shryock.
That's good to put on there. Sorry, bud. He's lost. That wasn't live, was it?
Nope.
We didn't see a thing.
Now it's Memorex.
Oh, I think I got grass. Yeah, it's been a weird day. As you can tell now, it's completely different than what we started with. And ever since those conditions changed, like the wind switched and things really slowed down. So not the day that I wanted. I think we got about 17 pounds, but I'm just trying to get one big bite. This cranking deal, it's a big bite getter. It's been inconsistent for me this week. So in the area, you know, that I had the bites in, a lot of algae got pushed through it. So I haven't really spent a lot of time in it because the first morning I caught my biggest fish, a 5-pounder doing it. Never had another bite for 2 hours. So got planes and everything else going down, but going on all above us. But yeah, it's been a grind ever since about noon, right, Trey? I think it's been about noon. So it'll be interesting to see where it puts us. Hopefully it keeps us up there. But you know, the good thing is we get to come back out tomorrow. So we learned some more stuff today, and you know, hopefully put it to good use tomorrow. and catch a bigger stringer, but still plunking away here, hoping to catch one more big one.
I haven't caught him on a drop shot at all this week, but as calm as it is, it could be the deal.
I was about to mention that Hunter's been catching all his fish that we've seen him catch on a drop shot in the windy, cloudy conditions, and Stetson has been catching them on a crankbait. So now the conditions have changed, and
there they come.
Hunter's gone to a crankbait, and Stetson's going to a drop shot. And Stetson hooks up immediately.
Oh, good one too. How crazy is that? That's a big one. It's a real big one.
Ooh, yeah. Good and long for sure.
That one might help. I don't think he will, but he's a good one.
Great camera work there.
I don't think he's gonna help, but dude, that's crazy. That's the first. I mean, I get it out. I've been seeing them all day, and I've been dropping that tube on them, and I hadn't been getting any bites. First one I dropped the drop shot on, he bites it. It's a solid fish, but I still don't think it's gonna do me anything.
You're right, Tommy. He's just not filled out. He's long.
He's long.
Not filled out.
That gives me some confidence that I can drop down on them when I see them like that. Nope. Not gonna do it.
Bye-bye now.
Well, you know, the weigh-in's coming up today, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. When we get all our anglers back in the fold, get them all put on the rack and ready to weigh them in. That's on the way, but we got more fishing. We got more fishing on the way. The last period of fishing, Bassmaster Live, is coming up next.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang! We should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got it.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it!
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Do things. Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be delighted. Get action.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Well, we got about 20 more minutes of fishing to show you here on Bassmaster Live. This is a tournament unto itself. Don't forget that, and it has been a fantastic one today. Stetson Blalock absolutely on fire this morning, getting very close to 50 pounds, and then Seth Feider finding that spot and doing just magic on that place and getting himself. Our tournament's on track to make 75 pounds for 3 days of smallmouth fishing.
Absolutely, and thank goodness we were able to watch him do it today. A magical spot there, and we saw him catch fish, just 5-pounder, 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 smallmouth bass on a crankbait, which is absolute incredible to watch here on Bassmaster Live.
You think it's worth a double coronation as the replay of the day, don't you, Davey?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, can we do that again? Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's get the music rolling. Power pole replay of the day has to be this guy right here, Seth Feider. We all like to watch Seth fish. Whether he's flipping a jig for largemouth or smallmouth fishing, he is definitely one of the best at it. And this has to be one of the highlights of his career. I would certainly think so, to be able to do this. Sure. He had more weight yesterday than we think he has today, but to do it on live and do it so quickly. You asked Mark Zona if we thought he did it quite as quickly. Yesterday, he said he did not think so.
Probably not.
I mean, this just not happen very often. Seth Feider using a crankbait on a small little patch of rocks that he found on the lower end of Lake St. Clair, close to the Detroit River, and just caught him back-to-back cast. Seth Feider, you have to be our power pole replay of the day, catching 3 5+ pound smallmouth for us on live. Just absolutely incredible.
Totally in his element. I think the only thing he said could have been better if he could have caught them all on flat braid and a jig.
Yeah.
So he didn't have to mess with that crankbait and those wild fish.
We enjoyed the fights a little more. It's
much more fun to watch than it is maybe to have your hand in the middle of it.
And then it was interesting to me, and I mean, I get it. 26 pounds yesterday. I think he's probably got 25 safely to say in his live well today. He left them. He left them with some other anglers definitely inside of where he was, and he left them. But hey, who's to second guess Seth Feider? He is a power pole replay of the day.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see him revisit that spot first thing in the morning. That'll be it.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's our Humminbird lay of the lake for you. One more time. Our anglers are 10 of them. We've had a camera on today. That's kind of how they have laid out there. Scott Canterbury and Seth Feider, very close together right there. Paul Mueller. Paul Mueller's put on a bit of a show for us this afternoon.
He certainly has. And let's not forget about Corey Johnston. We all know what a smallmouth magician he is. We just haven't had any service with him today, so he could be right there. The Seth Feiders, Scott Canterbury certainly caught him well in the last hour. Paul Mueller, and we see that Corey is in that same area, so we expect to see good things from Corey Johnson that way in.
Sure, he could blow it wide open yet again. He might have been having one of those days himself. We talked to Matt Airy for just a moment out there. Just got to hear from Derek Hudnall. Big disappointment day for Derek Hudnall. Certainly thought he was on his way to making it into the Bassmaster class. I guess he still could if he can catch another 24, 25 pounds tomorrow and add a couple today before it's over. But boy, it was well spoken.
Yeah.
I mean, he sized up his year and what he was disappointed in, what he was encouraged by, and it was well put.
Absolutely. And looking at Humminbird Lay of the Lake, where Derek Hudnall is fishing, it surprises me somewhat that he hasn't had the day that he hoped for, but not really. Those fish on those flats in that area right there at the mouth of the St. Clair River, they move around a lot. They've disappointed me sometimes, and some days are
swimming around
diamond and some days are cold.
Crazy.
He said it's high risk, high reward.
By the time I pick up my crankbait and make a cast with it, one swims by the boat.
I wonder if you might need just a little more breakup on the water to make that crankbait work.
Yeah.
Davey,
Oh, yeah.
a day like you get the more light in and just flat, nothing on top. been spoiled today. I need more big crankbait fish.
Oh, it's just
been a jamboree of that stuff.
Started off with Stetson this morning, and for the first several hours, he was just catching so many, and then, like we just
It's not how I'm
talked
gonna fish,
about,
but
Seth Fighter, what he
definitely
did.
Keep it honest when I see
incredible.
one.
The lake is a lot higher than it was just a few years ago when we were there. You can really tell when you
really
see these
visible.
boat docks in
Yeah.
the river. You can have something to gauge by. 2 feet of water, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake St. Clair.
Oh gosh, that's a lot of water.
Exactly how much water, what cubic feet of water would that be, Such?
All of it.
Erie, Huron, and
The
St.
cubic
Clair.
mile, I think.
Just off the cuff.
St. Clair
what
is
would
a
you say?
cubic mile. I think I saw
Okay.
that. Boy, it sure showed out, though. Yesterday we had 32 limits, about 50 fish over 4 pounds. 7 of them were over 5 pounds. Today there's already 75
I didn't think they would quit
fish
biting it
over
just because it got
4
slick,
pounds
but-
and about twice as
And they
many as
haven't
yesterday over
completely
5.
quit, but it has not
Wow.
been very solid lately.
Again, we're expecting a southwest wind tomorrow, bringing warmer temperatures in here.
Didn't
your
think
current.
I'd say these words, but I hope it blows tomorrow.
Well, that's the plan, Stetson. I think. Doesn't look like it's going 8 miles an hour right now, though, by any
It
means.
is. TH Weather Watch, south-southeast at 8. Not so sure about that right now. Maybe it's about to
Maybe somewhere.
turn and do that. He's the second angler I've heard in the last hour say, I hope the wind blows tomorrow. After yesterday, you didn't think that you would hear that from him.
No, it definitely made it more difficult yesterday.
Well, and think about it. They've dealt with much worse through 3 days of practice. Yesterday
Sure,
was
that's
close
right.
to practice, except opposite wind direction, but same, intensity. And then for it to slick off, it's like, no, bring on more of the same. Might as well. We got one more day of it, like we've already done 6 days, 5 days of this.
Mm-hmm. Was it blowing northeast and during practice, pretty much?
I think it was blowing southwest.
Oh, so it'll be more like practice
So it was
tomorrow.
opposite yesterday,
Yesterday
but tomorrow,
was the only day of northeast.
Okay.
tomorrow will
Well,
be the
that-
day that's most like practice. Yes.
Maybe it won't be quite as slow.
Yep.
Yeah, there's tomorrow's outlook, and doesn't have the direction, but Such has looked it up, and south-southwest, so maybe more like practice, and a lot of guys reported good, strong practice. Maybe we might have another big splash of a day tomorrow.
86 degrees there tomorrow, the last few days of September. That's
got to be
unusual.
Yeah, not the usual for that far north. You talk about a place where there's nothing to stop the wind. That is the flattest place on earth up there. I thought Blytheville, Arkansas, all the way up to Poplar Bluff, Missouri was the flattest, but man, this place beats them all. Flat as a flitter, as they say.
It's like Shane LaHue there with one on the scales. He's quietly had a good day.
He has. He's had a darn good day, up almost to 18 pounds. If that one works out, he may indeed have 18 pounds. Might have been just double checking it there.
I mean, this bank fits the pattern perfect, I feel like. I just don't.
One more
Not getting any
cast,
bites.
two more casts, and then we're
I mean, there's definitely stretches that are better
Run
than
out
others.
there.
That's why I'm keeping going, just because I feel like I may all of a sudden run into them.
All right, let's roll.
Somewhere it sounds like the wind is picking up. I don't know exactly which corner of the screen that's coming from.
For the first time, and it's crazy. It's blowing in the river and not out on the lake.
Well, yeah, okay.
Got creepy slow out here.
He's a tad farther north than the other anglers, so.
Yeah.
Coming away in, man, it was rough in that river today. It was slick as glass on the lake. How odd is that?
Yeah, that would be a turnaround for this week. Shane LaHue crunching the numbers there, making sure he's got the right fish out and the right fish in.
Made a call. Not by much, but quarter pound, half a pound.
So that would put him 18.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. He's just ahead of Brandon Lester in 6th place as it stands right now.
So our cameras
going
are
to stay there.
Our cameras are kind of split 6 and 4 or so on check-in time. A couple of the heavyweight guys. We had 5 of the Angler of the Year competitors on camera and 5 of the best anglers in this tournament. And I think 3 or 4 of the best anglers in this tournament have to check in the first flight. Mueller, Hudnall, some of those guys will
Was this
be.
the flip-flop day?
Yeah,
they,
it's the
they
flip-flop.
started in order of AOY the first day, and so they
Now it's back, so it's
started
yeah,
today.
so it's basically 26 through 50 checking in first today.
I
Tomorrow
know
will be
they'll
based
bite a
on
drop
tournament
shot.
standings.
That's good to know. I'm happy with knowing that. This kind of day is perfect for it too. We're just looking around and seeing them and dropping on them.
Might be the most crucial fish of the day for an angler on the classic cut
If
line.
we don't get
Garrett
any weather
Paquette.
tomorrow, I may have to resort to that early.
Garrett Paquette with a 3-pounder has 8.5 pounds with 2 fish. He caught his first one at 750 this morning and just caught one at 3.
I know a lot of
3
bass will be
pounder.
caught on one today.
Fighting for his classic life on his home body of water.
Oh, that moved him up right into 43rd place. Right there, so that's an upgrade.
And he started the day, I think, in 45th in the tournament. So if he was able to gain a couple points, he's right
I
there,
just keep feeling like that.
6 below the classic cut
Make
line.
the right little swoosh with this thing, you're going to catch a big one.
Would Clark up to 4th? Is he?
No.
Still doesn't have.
Nope. He was 18th coming into today in the tournament. If he moved up to 4th, that's 14 points, and he was like 20 from the cut line as it stood yesterday. That's not counting De Palma's 51-point bass at minimum and those different things. So he'll be, if he wins this deal, he'll need 3 or 4 guys specifically to struggle tomorrow for it to be a thing.
If we get another day like this, we're going to fish some water, though. We're going to move and shake.
I'm pretty sure it's the first year under this format. I went into the championship in 48th, exactly where Clark was. And when dust all settled, I would have had to win the event to be the last person in. It just makes it so difficult. If you're 48, 49, 50, and we saw Seth Fighter a few years ago, 50 and won the event and still couldn't.
Yeah, and normally you see the gaps and it's like 3 or 4 maybe per spot. And so when you mix in those random clumps of anglers, there's 5 guys within 8 points, but then it's 10 points to the next dude. Those are the speed bumps that you just can't get over with you're trying to beat 20% of the field just for one spot in points,
Yeah, he came in 48th, 29 points out of the 42nd and final classic spot.
It'll be really interesting when these weights come in on the scales. Skyler, Jake Whitaker, Todd Otten, Corey Johnston.
Yeah.
Kelly J. A lot of these guys near the classic line.
He's still following it.
And Corey Johnston, obviously, AOY line.
Stetson Blalock's got one spotted for sure. Has been showing some interest.
He ran from that like he was scared to death.
Followed his crankbait in and he dropped that drop shot on it and just heard him say he ran from it.
Guys like Jamie Harbin, he just caught a 5.4. He's up to 23 and change on the day.
Oh, he's having a heck of a day.
Just up to 16th. He bumped Canterbury back down, but
100% followed that crankbait all the way up. A disaster.
I don't know if we can hope for any more today tomorrow than what we have seen today. We're going to get it all squared away and legal and in the books. Our weigh-in coming up at 3:30 today. Tomorrow we got Bassmaster live for you, starting at the regular time. 3:30 again today on Bassmaster.com is the weigh-in.
That's the way to start the day right there.
I am looking forward to watching Stetson Blalock and Seth Fighter tomorrow morning on Bassmaster Live, among others. But boy, did they have some flurries. Look at the expression there on Stetson's face, just having a time. And then Chris Zaldane with a 5-pounder this morning. Certainly got things going, but it slowed a little for him.
Slowed a bit for him. Probably still trying to catch that one more big one. He catches one more big one, he's looking a whole lot better.
Absolutely.
Stetson Blalock, man, hats off. What a show you put on this morning. And Seth Fighter, what a show you put on this afternoon.
3 5-pounders. In about 15 minutes here on Bassmaster Live.
Great fisherman, a great fishery. That's just the absolute perfect combination. We will see you same time tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and we'll have a full Bassmaster Live for you when we crown the champion.